Hi, this is Naroki5. I am going to be doing this until I die or I find something better to do. So please help me achieve this personal and, I think, noble objective by contributing to my Patreon or Subscribe Star. Link is down below. Every little bit helps. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Red Pill Nation Hangout number 419. I'll look ahead into 2025. It's going to be a very unstructured show tonight. I'm going to run it very similar to the way I ran the initial, the way I was going to run the initial program. For the start, I'm going to break it down into categories, and we're going to just basically speculate as to what is going on, what's going to potentially happen in each of these specific categories. And when we get through, we will, and when we're done, we're done. That will conclude the that will conclude all of the obligatory shows again. And I'm going to say this again for whatever reason, like this is another one of those the show must go on type of programs tonight. I really don't I've been feeling kind of been feeling a little off the last few days, and I've got a whole bunch of editing I got to do tomorrow, and I go back out to work Wednesday morning. So yeah, I'm gonna be back up in camp for 2 weeks. I am going to announce this because if time permits tomorrow. And that's the other reason why we couldn't do this tomorrow. I am going to be, I will attempt to squeeze in the first ever Red Pill Nation live stream. It's going to be on Rumble. A lot of it is going to be kind of off the cuff, and it's going to be more of a, hey, welcome everybody. I'm glad to be on Rumble, blah, 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 blah. There's a few things that there's a few old memes and so forth that I'm going to react to. But, I haven't set a full official date for the live stream, but I am going to pick a day. At some point, I will settle on a particular day, and that will hopefully be a weekly thing on top of the Red Pill Nation Hangout. That is going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be exclusively Rumble. I'm going to do the live stream on Rumble. I'm going to figure out how to link up MGTOW TV and Odyssey and maybe even Brighteon so that I can live stream on all of those platforms as well. Again, all right, technical issues here. I've been having all sorts of problems with both of my laptops for whatever reason. Screw YouTube. So with me tonight is, of course, my partner in crime. That would be Rearson. Rearson, introduce yourself.
All right. Well, hello, folks. As Naruki said, the show must go on, and all things being equal with shit that's just happening in Canada right now, this is one of those, we got to do this tonight, just for me to get this shit off my chest, because I honestly, and there should be no surprise to Naruki, but I won't be doing this very much in 2025 for various reasons. So yeah, let's go with the free form and see how well it goes.
Okay. Jeez, what the hell's the matter with me tonight? Getting frogs in my throat here all the time. Jesus. Okay. Yes, Justin Trudeau, and I'm gonna put two ditto. I'm gonna hold my hands up and put two and use ditto markers. Resigned today. He didn't resign. Uh, that got pointed out immediately. He has prorogued the House until April. So Jagmeet Singh's pension is in the bag. So, and I mean, it was like, really? Like, you're gonna prorogue it all the way into the springtime? The good move on that is that all of those insane bills that got brought in by both the NDP and the Liberals, including Bill C-63, those are dead in the water. And they're not going to get reelected, and they're not going to have time. Even if they were going to get reelected, they're not going to have time to push through that online bill. So yeah, in one respect, Canada has dodged a bullet. On the other hand, though, Trudeau does have executive powers, and you're going to see a lot. You're going to try to see a lot of money being funded. Like, he is going to try to do as much damage as humanly possible. Again, he won't be able to do as much because he doesn't have the backing of the House, so he can't introduce any legislation. He can still do stuff in terms of executive orders, which he will definitely try to do. There's going to be a lot of patronage appointments. There's going to be a whole lot of other things that he's going to try to pull. And he's also given the Liberal Party enough time to get a leader, build up a war chest, and potentially maybe even undo enough of the damage that Trudeau has done to their brand that maybe they might actually be the official opposition as opposed to the Bloc Québécois. And, he also, it also prevents the NDP or the Bloc Québécois from becoming the opposition. There's no way they're going to be able to make up unless Poilievre does something incredibly stupid between now and, say, May. I don't think there's any way he's going to be. I don't think there's any way he loses. He is going to be the next prime minister. That much is clear. I don't want to get into it because we are probably going to do 4-2-0 on either Thursday or Friday. And then we're going to, which, by the way, just covers the previous week. And since Trudeau did his resignation today, that means that Trudeau doesn't get talked about until Sunday. Now, one other thing I'm going to tell you about this year is that, yeah, you're probably going to see a lot more solo shows from me. I'm also potentially going to be doing more interviews as well. I'm also going to be talking to a lot more people. I got a show upcoming with Jaffe. I also got a show upcoming with Draguspot, and both of those guys are probably going to come in with me. Yeah, there's a few changes coming up. Yeah, I still keep talking about Spotify and iTunes and whatever. Yeah, that is also still on the agenda. I'm gonna start out with Rumble though. And the show will continue, and the show must go on. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Rearson here. We've got to have a brief discussion about what Justin Trudeau did today, and then we're actually going to get into the actual topic of 419 tonight, which is basically a projection ahead about 2025. So, Rearson, go ahead.
Well, all that fucker's done is he's kicked the can down the road. I mean, I'm struggling with what I believe to be my feeling is that he's been taken in and processed in Guantanamo Bay for a lot of fuckery. His known association with at least 2 pedophiles is questionable, and if you know 2 of them, well, you probably know a whole of a lot more because you're involved with them. That's just my speculation. Can't prove it yet, but then again, that non-disclosure agreement that he has with that girl, that young female student of his when he was a part-time drama teacher, $2.5 million begs to have the question to be asked. Yeah, I know. I went there. And what I'm seeing on TV, or sorry, what I'm seeing on the internet, YouTube, is Justin Trudeau's resigning. Well, no, yes, and no. He's going to prorogue government because it's his only option. Generally speaking, liberal leadership campaigns require a minimum. Typically, we require about 3 months. So there's 3 months of, let's see, Parliament's supposed to happen, go back on the 26th. There was a motion by some accounts committee or something like that that's being headed by the Conservatives, and they were basically going to be pushing through non-confidence, and sellout Jagmeet Singh is as useful as tits on a bull, or I guess balls with his dick, because he's got none. And I'm of the opinion that if it was come down to another confidence vote, Singh is going to find the excuse to still prop him up, because I talked about this before, and this is what I'm kind of hinting with you, my friend, is that with Singh, the NDP just paid off their election loan from 2019 or whenever the hell it was before, I guess 2020. So he's going to be delaying as long as possible to try to raise funds for a war chest. And to me, this whole thing of Jagmeet is in it for the pension. I'm not saying he isn't. I mean, he sure as hell is happy to live a rich lifestyle while quote campaigning for the people, which he doesn't do a damn thing for. To me, it's just been an absolute joke. So, and I tried to explain this to the spouse, but this shit goes over her head. I'm not surprised, because she's happy just being programmed, happy watching the shit on YouTube and be programmed accordingly. She, as I tried to explain to her, that the low-hanging fruit is easier for Jagmeet to take the flack over. This is just my opinion, rather than for people to actually talk about the fact that Jagmeet's constituency office is closed. Like, they're renting it, but no one's there. He has no staff there. There were orange Bristol board signs that were protesting, rightly so, giving Jagmeet, given that fucking towel head, some negative publicity about him. And it's better for Singh, sellout, I'm going to call him sellout, it's better for sellout to fall on his sword about his pension than it is to basically admit that the NDP is bankrupt and they're in no position to go into an election because they have no war chest. And correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that there's going to be not too many people that are going to be very enthusiastic if you hear the leader basically admit, we're fucked. We can't do this. We have no fucking money. So that, I think, is what has been going on. Now, I'm not going to be voting for Poilievre's team, because I want to hear, like, as Danielle Smith had apologized when she first came back in, or whatever things were done, that she apologized to the unvaccinated. I'm waiting to hear from an apology from Poilievre on that one, and I don't think it's going to fucking happen. So as far as I'm concerned, he can suck my dick as well too. The only good politician is a dead politician, and you can't trust any of them at this point. So, and then the I won't be surprised if they're going to call off another, if Parliament is prorogued, or they're going to go into an election until after the G7, which is where being held. It's in Kananaskis, and you know where that is, my friend.
Oh, I know exactly where that.
And that's in June.
Oh yeah, That'll
So
be his. That'll be his goodbye.
yeah,
Well, they will at least give him some passing credit for managing to stay in power for 10 years. I think Trump will probably be civil with him would probably be the right word to describe the situation. Trump will be civil with him. But that'll be his good. He also, yeah, that's the thing. I looked at Trudeau's nose. It was very clear that he did. This was the compromise that he worked out because Trudeau didn't. They didn't obviously just want to absolutely. Because I'm betting there were probably a few people in the Liberal caucus that just wanted to have him removed outright.
there's
And
more. Well, there's more than enough that want to get him removed. But the problem is that he's so entrenched. There's nothing that they can do outside of going independent, which really would be the only option. Like if there was going to be any Liberal MP that has any balls or has a spine, got to include the other gender. No one's shown it, no one's seen it, and they're kind of thinking that if we change the face, then I'll have a better chance of. Shut the fuck up, Jesus, Mary Joseph! I gotta get the fuck out of this place. Anyway, even with a change of face, some of them are thinking that they might be able to actually be able to get reelected. But I mean, really, all it's going to take is and let's not forget as well too. Guess what happens on April 1st?
April Fool's Day.
Carbon tax. The carbon tax goes into effect, and it's going to make gas more expensive. It's going to make fuel even more expensive.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's true. But we don't really want to get too much into this tonight.
Okay,
we're going to be doing another.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, long story short, Canada's fucked. Canada is just fucked. I have no faith being here. And anyone that wants to stay here, good luck. I'd rather go down to the States where there's a lot more turmoil, but you can at least defend yourself.
Well, I mean, I've told a couple people down in the U.S. It's like and I know there's one person. Why can I not remember his name? The guy, not Jaffe, the guy from Kelso, who's pretty pessimistic about everything.
Yeah.
My point of view is that I want to see, and it will become pretty obvious by the end of the year. And this is something that I will get into in some more detail. About on 421. It will become very clear with it by the end of the year what Polyev is and isn't going to do. Just like it's going to be by about fall of this year, it's also going to be very obvious what Trump will and will not do. And then I can kind of make a decision as to whether I want to stay in Canada or go. Because keep in mind, I mean, my job right now is, well, while everybody else is scaling back, they are talking about they've added 2 new wings. They've opened up 2 more wings at the place that I'm working at. And they're talking about potentially maybe even reopening and like bringing in a whole bunch of more trailers which is going to put this facility up close to like 1,000. So yeah, my job is pretty much secure at this point, as long as I can avoid major personality conflicts. I'm probably going to be okay.
Sorry, given your track record, that tends to be a bit of a problem. I'm sorry.
Well, I went through the first 6 months there without even so much as a snag, right? So yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I just gotta work myself out, and I gotta kind of make a plan because Mexico's not happening in February. It's just I don't want to pile up more. I don't want to make my financial situation even worse than it already is. So I'm going to reorganize things, and an Acapulco can wait till next year. But anyway, enough about that. So what are we going to be doing in terms of conversation? We're going to do a kind of repeat of what we did on 417 and 418, except there's only two of us, and hopefully we'll. Oh, hi,
Hello.
Mark.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
you just called me. I've
Yeah.
just woken up.
Oh, don't worry about it, Mark. We're good. All right. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna do it the same way we did 417, 418, but we're gonna try to be we're not gonna try like 3 hours. Yeah, we're gonna try to get everything. We're gonna try to cover, like, there's no specific topic we're gonna be covering, but I'm gonna break it down into manosphere, culture, politics, technology, regular news, that's international stuff and stuff that doesn't fall under politics, culture, whatever. And then we're going to do Canada at the end. Canada was going to be a very interesting, and we're both two Canadians and one Brit. So yeah, there's going to be Canada content at the end. And we're just going to get into what we think is going to occur, maybe make some speculative guesses as to what's going to happen in the next year or so in each of these areas. And yeah, I will say this because I reviewed the show that we did for speculative guesses on for 2024. There is stuff we got wrong. There is stuff that we are going to get wrong again. But this is going to be more of a fun episode with some rather serious and heady topics brought up at the same time. So the first topic we're going to be covering is the Manosphere. The Manosphere, and Rearson knows this, the Manosphere is a topic that is very personal to me. And last year, feminism was, and this is a direct quote, feminism was the gift that just kept giving. And I'm not kidding. Feminism was the gift that just kept giving last year. You had them stupidly picking the bear, and when you told them how stupid they were, instead of like looking at the facts, they just kept doubling down. There was the reaction to the soft guy thing. Then there was 4B, which was just absolutely freaking hilarious. There was no, actually, here I actually got all of this stuff here, because I mean I had 419 up here at one point. Let me just go 417. Let me just go see if I can't find it here. Yeah, there was like a whole series of just plain out stupid stuff. A lot of stuff in Britain around the Manosphere. They're still in the extradition of the Tate brothers is still ongoing. Andrew and Tristan Tate is still ongoing. The McCain Institute study is still up in the air. Great Britain also, and yeah, this is no word of a lie. They're still they are literally arresting people for memes in Britain. And let's not the stuff that right at the end of the year. The way feminists tried to deify an incel by the name of Luigi Mangione, and the way they tried to make excuses about the Lily Phillips 100-person gangbang and not hold Lily Phillips personally accountable. And the last but not most significant thing was the way the Madison school shooter literally wrote stuff in her bio about basically just going up because she wanted to hate, that she hated all men. And the rather quiet feminist, the way the feminist just went mute silent when this was revealed. Now, here's what I'm going to say right off the top about the Manosphere this year. The Manosphere It might hit stage 4 of the 8 stages of a movement, but I don't think it's going to happen this year. I think it's probably going to happen next year. There's definitely, at least in North America, I don't know about Western Europe or the West in general, but in North America, the Manosphere is going to hit a critical mass in terms of population. It's currently 1%. And 1%, by the way, doesn't sound like a lot of men involved in the Manosphere. What 1% is significant, right? It's reached the point now where it's like you simply cannot throw every single person who's involved in the Manosphere here in jail. Oh, Mark, I think you'll find this interesting. The Prime Minister today as well, and this is going to be on 421, the Prime Minister of Great Britain today, and it went on the air and said that he's going to start going after Americans if people in Britain don't agree with the posts that he's making. And of course that went over like it was like literally there was like don't tread on me and people with guns and like saying, yeah, let's just see you fucking try it. I mean, seriously, let's see him fucking try it. But yeah, yeah. I kid you not. Yeah, that is the one thing that I'm going to say about the Manosphere this year, and something that I think the British government is going to push really. In fact, they may even. I this is a bit of a stretch on my part, but I can actually see them attempting to do this. They may actually try to send in a team to actually actually just like drag Andrew and Tristan Tate out of Romania forcibly.
Yeah, maybe.
And they will also probably make an attempt to try to extradite people from the Manosphere here in North America. My first guess would be what?
It's not going to happen. I can tell you that.
It's not gonna. It won't succeed. But I mean, it wouldn't. They're going to make a serious attempt to try to extradite some of them, a couple of the Manosphere content creators. Fresh and Fit would be right at the top of the list. Don't be surprised if whatever suddenly disappears from YouTube. The Whatever podcast is the single biggest Manosphere podcast in the world at this point. They're getting real big. Like they are getting really, really big, and with consistency, what you're seeing is, and again, right, these women that go on the Whatever podcast, they're not necessarily representative of women, because obviously not every woman is a porn performer, a stripper, or an Instagram model, or an OnlyFans content creator. However, when you take another step back, you realize that every single one of those women have sisters, mothers, friends, etc. They have a eternal group that doesn't do those things. So while one of them is not, and it does not speak for women in general, the fact that Whatever has been going on now for 2 years, and you are seeing with consistency women just continuously making fools of themselves on that show. And it's not like Fresh and Fit, where Fresh and Fit lets the alcohol flow during the show. You're stone cold sober. Like you don't go on Whatever drunk. Like there's no drug or alcohol use allowed before you go on the Whatever podcast. You're going to see an increased, ramped up attacks on the Manosphere as the year progresses, because the Manosphere Manosphere has crossed a critical threshold this year. They are now, like I say, they're 1% of the male population. Again, 1% doesn't sound like a lot, but it's enough that it's not just one. And by the way, that's 1% of the male population. That's about 2 to 2.5% fertile male population. That is the population between 16 and 55.
Sorry, I've just checked. The U.S. population is I don't know. You say there's 340 million at this present moment.
Yeah, and you add Canada's population in there. That's probably about 370, something like that.
Yeah, roughly.
Our population's ballooned up to 41 million.
Okay, so about 400 million. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, all right. So the current Manosphere involvement as of the end of this year in total, and this is just a rough estimate, there's not really any facts I have to back this up, but the current estimated population of all of the Manosphere right now in North America is in excess of 3 million, somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million. Even with a relatively low involvement rate, and you're not having a low involvement rate, you're going to have a significant spike in the number of men involved in the Manosphere this year, which is and on the bad side, what you're also going to get is you're going to get an increased number of grifters. You're going to get more West Walkers. You're going to get more of the feminized man bun content creators. There's going to be a yin and a yang. There's going to be a lot more content available. There's going to be a lot more choices to make on the palette. So you're going to start seeing the Manosphere split. Currently, there's 3 major groups inside the Manosphere. There's MGTOW, there's PUA, which is Pickup Artists, which also rebranded themselves as the Red Pill, and you have the MRAs, men's rights activists. Those groups you're going to see a lot of other splinter groups. You're going to see a lot of grifters. Overall, it is going to be a fairly. There's a yin and a yang. You're going to see a lot of growth. You're going to see a lot more, and I've already seen it. Like I saw J.D. Vance. I can't remember the specific interview who it was, but I listened to J.D. Vance literally quote MGTOW content during one of his interviews. I have seen Fox News directly pull stuff from the Manosphere and quote it during their news shows. They didn't give credit to the source, obviously, but you're going to start seeing a lot more of that. You're also going to start seeing a lot more of quote-unquote red pill influence. You're going to see a lot more of that happening in popular culture. Is it going to get to mainstream? Well, according to Rollo Tomasi, it already is. I don't quite agree with him. You have to start getting upwards of about 1.5% to 2% of the population overall. The Manosphere is going to hit that threshold this year. Currently, it's kind of sitting at about 1% of the male population. So, yeah, it's not quite there. It's going to get significantly bigger. You're going to definitely start seeing governments, like for instance, the McCain Institute study is going to be used to justify going after some Manosphere content creators here in North America. Rollo Tomasi, Fresh and Fit, and whatever. Donovan Sharp is also up there as well. They'll try to go after Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate is not on YouTube. They're going to try to drive most of the Manosphere. Don't be off of YouTube. They're definitely. It wouldn't surprise me if literally the overwhelming majority of Manosphere content gets deleted off of Meta at some point this year. The other flip side on that is that and this is something that I pointed out last year, feminists and I saw this back in 2015, 2016, where feminists just kept being stupid and kept being stupid and kept being stupid and kept self-destructing, which is what they did this year. The difference is that at some point, well, one, the Manosphere was smaller, and two, that the media had their back. But I mean, even by the end of 2016, some of the people that were actually in key positions in feminism realized they couldn't keep doing what they were doing, and they went on the offensive. This year, this time around, I don't think you're going to see. They've gotten worse, and they've also gotten a lot more clueless, and the media doesn't have their back anymore. So yeah, you're going to see more putting them doing stuff like choosing the bear, putting an incel, using the word incel as a pejorative, whilst at the same time elevating an incels up to the level of deifying an incel like they did with Luigi Mangione. You're going to start seeing a lot more feminists. You're going to see a lot more women treating men like they're lesser than and being able to get away with it. It's getting easier and easier. Like, for instance, when I do my first live stream, which by the way might be as early as tomorrow afternoon, I will be one of the things I will be covering is a series of memes that I've seen of what's going on in terms of the feminist rhetoric there. And oh yeah, last but not least, don't be surprised if they don't try to extradite Tate, somebody will try to kill him, or somebody is going to try to take a shot at one of the major Manosphere content creators here in North America. When I get into the politics, Andrew Tate, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, don't be surprised if one or all of them experience an assassination attempt this year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark. Again, Mark, the Manosphere is not necessarily your best area, but yeah, if you have some speculative guesses, go ahead.
Tate is the Tate brothers are in Romania at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
I can see them being extradited to the UK, but they've still got to first serve their charges in Romania.
Well, those charges have been dropped.
Okay.
The thing about that situation about the extradition is that in order for the extradition to go ahead, see, Romania doesn't have a rape shield law. So the moment the British government actively starts to pursue the extradition, they have to start naming names. And the moment they name names, and this is what happened with the original case, the moment they started naming names as to who Tate's accusers were, that's when the case started falling apart. So yeah, the moment the British government...
under UK law, the victims, quote unquote, can have a level of anonymity.
Yeah, that's it. That's in Britain, though. They have to extradite him from Romania. And
that area, let's say Romania, Eastern Europe, relationship with Britain, I can see Romania handing them over.
Oh, they might. They might again, though. I'm not trying to. You're not going to try to. I'm not going to argue with you because there's a very real possibility that they will. Again, right? The rape shield law is a British law. Britain is no longer a member of the EU. I don't think Romania is.
But they're still outside of the EU. There's still personal extradition of extradition agreements with specific countries. I'm not sure if the rape shield law will apply there.
there's going to be there's going to be a period. There's going to have to be a period of discovery there, which is exactly what happened with the first charges. When they started going to discovery, that's when the case really started falling apart again with the Tates. But continue, Mark.
But as far as an assassination attempt on Tate, doubtful. In the UK, it'll be very hard, if not impossible. Well, never say impossible, but you know what I mean. Romania, or coming from Romania to UK, potentially, but improbable, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying the government will do it, but somebody is going to try.
Yeah.
That might not necessarily be government sponsored.
Yeah, it won't be. I can't see it being very successful. In America, Trump and Musk having an assassination attempt. Yeah, who knows? Possible. What else were you talking about in that?
Well,
portion?
we're in the Manosphere portion here, so it's like, Tate's gonna be, again, he's gonna be the biggest name, but he's not gonna be the only name.
As far as the entire Manosphere thing is concerned, in the UK, back in August, there was from Yvette Cooper's office, so the Home Secretary office, there was a suggestion of treating misogyny as a form of extremism.
Yeah, that's been floating around for a while.
So if Labour survives for the next couple of months, who knows in this country, it could potentially be further. There could be a possible bill made next year.
Yeah, like I said, Ben, this did actually happen. The British Prime Minister literally said that he was going to try to go after content creators in the US.
Yeah,
it didn't go over very well, obviously.
As far as that is concerned, we are talking about extradition orders again. Funny thing is, with the UK and the US special relationship in this factor, is that legally we've got extradition orders with the US and US with us, but in reality it is very easy for the US to extradite people to from the UK to the US, but it's almost, well, I won't say impossible, but it's extremely hard as far as the legislation is concerned to extradite US citizens to the UK. There has to be really special purposes for, and at the end of the day, in the US, it would be treated as a First Amendment issue. Therefore,
exactly. Exactly. I don't think it's going to happen, but I mean, it's like they have to make that. The Labor government obviously has to make that
they've
noise.
got to make the noise.
It's not, like I said, the response in the U.S. to the British Prime Minister saying that it did not go over well. Are you done? Because I could turn it over to Rearson.
Yeah. Continue, please.
Alrighty, Manosphere. I don't see it going away anytime soon, to say the least. I mean, I've been watching content in China, and right now one of the biggest things that seems to be an issue over there is what's called the bride price.
Or the lying flat man too. That thing as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was even a woman in the Netherlands, Chinese woman with a Dutch boyfriend. She's pregnant, and then everything seems to be going well, and she tells him that, there's you need to pay for a bride price, and he basically said, "What the hell's that?" And it's only in China where you have to compensate the family for marrying the woman. And she was basically demanding 88,000 euros.
A
And I'm
sort of
sorry.
modern dowry system.
Oh, yeah, it's their version of a dowry, which is an antiquated system, but we'll leave all of that alone. But in terms of Canadian dollars at the time that I was looking into, I'm sorry, no pussy is worth $130,000. So he called the police on her, marriage fraud, and I don't know what else has happened, but it made the news over in China. So this is the kind of stupid shit that the Chinese men are dealing with. So, oh my God. The hypergamous nature of a woman's brain, no matter where she is on the planet, or this plane of existence, whatever you want to call it. Men are men across the board. Women seem to be women pretty much across the board. And I'll be honest with you, I'm getting tired of listening to all the Manosphere stuff on YouTube because it's been amusing, but it's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. I think we are going to see more women that really should be committed to a mental institution because they have no idea what reality is and their expectations. I mean, what the hell is it? There was a nice looking older woman done up to the nines with the makeup and whatever else, and she's got that New York-ish Bronx Queens accent. I don't know what the hell it was. I'm not a dog, and and we're not going to go for coffee. You're going to take me out to a nice dinner. It's going to be a place of my choice, and it's not going to be cheap. And I'm thinking to myself, why the fuck would I want to deal with that kind of crap with a woman? And it's effectively a very expensive interview. And I walk out of there, at least $200 US, if not 3 to 4, I'm sure, coming out of my pocket. I'm not going to get back, and I'm not getting a piece of ass. I'm sorry. I'm going to pay for it and just be done with it. If I didn't know any better, I would have said, and I have said a long enough time ago, that all this social engineering and what's going on, it's all done on purpose to pit the sexes against each other. And I don't see it ending anytime soon. I mean, shit, it took communism, 70 years for it to go through some various stages of correction until there was that moment, the Berlin Wall. I've got a feeling with feminism, it's going to take at least 70 years before it might get corrected. So it's going to be well over 100 years of delusional women that think they're worth more than they're not, which in the end, they want a guy that's going to be in control of them anyway, who's going to make more and going to be masculine and going to be in charge. So they don't know what the fuck they want. So in terms of Andrew Tate, whatever happens. I hope he's got some pretty damn good security. Mercenaries that were former military and are still in good shape, and he can rotate the old guys out and have the new ones come in, because that might be all that could be all that's going to keep him alive. I don't know. And I think we're going to see more and more unhinged women that can't understand where all the good men have gone, when all of the good men that are there are the boring ones that are going to have the stable income and the stable, boring relationship, but they're so hooked on the constant toxicity that they don't know any better. So, hey, you know what, ladies? Go fuck yourselves. You deserve everything you get. And by the time you realize it, your eggs are old and beaten and scrambled. And thank God you won't be procreated, which unfortunately, which means that we have to rely on the third world, and we know how well that's going over right now, especially in places like Britain. As of late, with differences of culture. That's all I'm going to say. And on that note, Naroki, I'll leave it at that.
Oh my God,
Mm,
you would not believe what just rolled over my over my Facebook feed while
Sure,
I was
please.
looking at this Toronto Star. Yeah, no, this is from the
Okay.
Toronto Star.
Okay.
I'll have to
Okay.
photocopy it.
Okay. Mark, just for
yeah.
reference, the Toronto Star is it's probably the most mainstream left wing newspaper that we have out
Okay.
here. I think it's going to be equivalent to um, the, the, the
It's a
Telegraph.
hack newspaper. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking more of the Guardian.
Oh, okay, yep, that one
Yeah,
too.
that would be it. Okay, all right. Say what you
Uh,
want. Okay, yeah, I'll post. I'm actually saving the photo here. But
mm.
here's the well, it's an op-ed, obviously. Just what you want to say what you want about Justin Trudeau. There's still no arguing that Canadians became wealthier while he was in power.
Yeah,
Some,
yeah,
some.
sure. Yeah.
Hashtag not all.
I I got nothing.
Boy,
I got nothing on that. Well, actually, no. I actually did. I actually asked that at some point in the last
well,
year or so.
yes,
I actually
yes.
asked.
To a certain point, that article is not wrong. If you happen to
Mm,
own a home and you
yeah, but
bought it
it's not
before
complete.
the real estate market spiked and when inflation went through the fucking roof, and it costs a lot more it costs a lot more loonies, the Canadian dollar, which means that your purchasing power drops dramatically. So, yeah, yeah, you're right. They're right.
What's inflation like in Canada at the moment?
It's gone down a bit, but it hasn't been good. It hasn't been as bad as say it has been over in Britain, but I mean it's
Uh,
still,
you're
I mean,
you're not in a technical recession or anything at the
Oh
moment,
no,
are
uh,
you?
we are in a
No.
recession. We are in a
Oh, you
recession.
are.
It's just that, well, when was the last time you really believed the numbers coming out of the government?
yeah.
Well, it's all
Exactly.
meant to be audited and it's all meant to be publicly available. So,
But anyway, yeah, I posted it up and it was like, oh my God. It's like, yeah. So when we get to the Canada section, like I say, I think it was either last year or this year. No, it was this year. I actually asked a question. Sorry, last year. Because I keep thinking it was like this was less than a year ago, but this was 2024.
Wow.
I asked everybody how many like I literally said this because at the time I was still doing pretty well. I was still doing okay, and I'm doing okay now, and I'm doing better than I was before COVID. But I've noticed that I'm the exception rather than the rule. So I asked around, said, how many of you were actually came out of the COVID situation in better shape than we did when you came in? Two people responded. Sorry, three out of a friends list of 700. Like,
funny enough, I didn't take the jabs. I didn't take any of the vaccines, but technically, I'm better off than I was before COVID because I believe I got COVID about a month before the pandemic was announced. I
yeah,
can't confirm that, obviously, because there was no test at the time. But yeah, and don't believe I've had a case since.
yeah. I got COVID October 2021, and Rearson was there for that because he actually had to fill in for me. Um, I I got better, and then because I had to actually come back from work and go out a couple times to get the tests and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So I mean, I was busy. I was scrambling around and going everywhere. It took me a little bit longer than normal to get to recover. But the thing was that when I started to get better, you know, the house was a mess. I was short on food. I needed to do laundry, and the place needed to be cleaned up, and everything needed to be reorganized. And I had to go catch up on some editing. And so I like literally just jumped right, not fully recovered. I jumped back in, and I did it for about 3 days, and I was like literally I could feel myself started to get flu like again in the middle of the show. in the middle of a show, and I got sick again for another 4 days. And my bounce back after that second run through was a lot longer, and I was out for the entire month of November. And because I started getting, I was probably not until about the first week of December of 2021 that I actually started feeling, I stopped feeling like getting, not getting,
I don't get colds and flus that often. Generally speaking, once every 2 years or something.
yeah,
But when I do, I really suffer.
yeah,
And I found that with things like flu, you've even though you may be feeling okay, you need at least another week or two to fully recover. So
yeah, oh no.
with me, I could have a flu for a month, if not longer.
Yeah, I was still getting, what the hell was it? Jesus, I can't remember what the name of it is. Vertigo. I was still dealing with some vertigo as late as December, and I still didn't really get my energy back until probably about 2 weeks before Christmas. And I couldn't go out because I actually had to go somewhere for Christmas that week. So I didn't actually get back out to work until damn near the end of December. If I hadn't had money in the bank, I would have been in some serious trouble. Anyway, let's get on to the next part. Oh, and this one is going to be very, very interesting. We are going to be doing culture. Man, this one. Guys, try not to laugh too hard. On this one because I said it when we were talking about when we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago when we were doing the projection that I had. I said it, and I'm going to stick by that. I'm going to stick by that definition. 2024 was a bit of a dead cat bounce. It was a bit of a dead cat bounce. Disney didn't do nearly as bad, but Disney didn't do nearly as bad because they actually ended up having some unexpected hits. Although in both of those cases, it was because the individuals inside of those particular productions, in the case of Wolverine versus Deadpool, it was Ryan Reynolds and his team around him that made sure that Wolverine versus X-Men didn't get super woke. In the case of the Pixar movie, and I can't remember what the name of it was, same thing. They had an individual and a group of people inside that movie that made sure that they focused on entertainment as opposed to sending them.
Inside Out 2, I believe.
Inside Out 2, yeah, that one did really well. So yeah, Disney didn't do as badly, although they still oh my God, the Acolyte. The Ejaculate. Oh my God.
Well, it's not wrong.
And of course, you also had all of the other stuff that happened with Disney, with them getting caught and whatever. I'm going to go out on the record. It's not going to be as bad for Disney in particular. It's not going to be as bad for Disney in 2025. They're still going to get caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Hollywood in general, first of all, and I'm going to go on the record. This is going to be one of my actual predictions. I'm going to go out on the record and say the award season, which is coming up. The Golden Globes here are going to be in less than a week. I'm going to say that the Golden Globes, the Oscars, all of the award shows are going to be very vanilla.
Yeah.
They're going to be, nobody is going to want to make any types of political predictions one way or the other. because at this point, I mean, there's enough people in Hollywood that are in the know, and they know that they can't go out and, like, if, for instance, De Niro has been kind of almost been turned into a semi-pariah now because he's spoken out so much about Trump now that he's actually, like, starting to reduce his chances of getting projects. Actors are refusing to work with him, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to see a division of companies in Hollywood in particular, and you're going to see this in music as well and on television, and not just in the United States, but I think worldwide. You're going to start seeing, maybe not so much over in Europe, but definitely in the U.S. You're going to start seeing a division. You're going to see companies that are going to decide that, no, you know what, screw DEI. We actually, the idea is it's called show business. You know, like you put on a show and it's a business, like you make money, like no more relying on BlackRock or Vanguard to bail us out if we make a crappy show, which, by the way, appears to be the model with a lot of companies this year. You're not going to see, based upon what I've seen so far, you're not going to see a whole lot of original content out of Hollywood this year. It's gonna all be big budget sequels, etc., etc. There's gonna be a couple of surprises that are gonna come out, but not nearly as many as last year. They're not gonna do as good this year as they did in 2024. Just simply because it's like you're going to have a lot of people inside the entertainment industry just doubling down. And also the fallout from what P. Diddy did. Hollywood has gotten really quiet about that, but I mean, like, I suspect that there's going to be a significant, like probably even more than Harvey Weinstein, there's going to be a lot of significant fallout, and you're going to see a lot of stuff getting revealed about that. You're going to start, and it's going to be very clear by the end of this year which companies went DEI and which ones didn't. I'm not a big follower of the music scene, but I think you're probably going to see something similar to like that happen on the music scene. In terms of, well, actually, I think this is going to be more in terms of tech. But when it comes to the actual media itself, they're going to go, in particular, MSNBC is going to go all in on the ragging on Trump every single night. Because, I mean, it kept them afloat back from 2016 to 2020 when they did it last time. It's not going to go as well for them this time because there's too much of an alt media out there. That's what we were mentioning. That's what we mentioned tonight. It was the guy on Rebel. It was Ezra Levant on Rebel Media who pointed out the fact that whose video I saw that reminded me of the fact that no, Trudeau he resigned and he didn't resign, and here's what we can expect. And when we get to the Canada part, we'll see that. Yes, you got to say alt media is going to continue to take a larger and larger and larger bite out of mainstream media. You're also going to see alt sites like Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, MGTOW TV, Brighteon, those places. You're going to see them taking larger and larger and larger pieces out of YouTube and Facebook. Don't be surprised if some of the mainstream media outlets start hiring people. I don't know whether they will. Hopefully they're not going to be dumb enough to hire Destiny, but they will start hiring some of the woke content producers from YouTube to start coming on their shows on a regular basis. In fact, you're seeing Piers Morgan do that all the time now. Don't be surprised if they start giving them their own shows. There is a slim possibility, I'm going to say slim, that maybe somebody other than Fox is going to, I don't know what's going to be like over in Britain in terms of this, but in the U.S., I'm going to see might be a possibility of one of the other major networks other than Fox maybe waking up and smelling the coffee and changing around their rhetoric. In Canada, it's going to be business as usual. I expect CBC to be engaged in a desperate fight for its life because they went all in on the COVID rhetoric, and then they went all in for Trudeau, and they claim that they weren't good, that Trudeau's bribe to them or the support of national media wasn't going to affect their reporting, but clearly it did. CBC in particular is CBC is the CNN of Canada, Mark. CBC is, but they get
It's the public broadcaster. It's like BBC.
Yeah.
It's the state broadcaster.
They're gonna be in a fight for their lives here because Pierre Poilievre is definitely going to be turning his attention to CBC the moment he gets into office. Don't be surprised in Canada if you see an actual. This is going to happen only after Trudeau, after the election. Don't be surprised if you see a version of, I don't know whether they'll be controlled opposition or not, but don't. We used to have a equivalent of Fox up in Canada known as Sun Media, which Trudeau shut down as soon as he became prime minister. He took away their license. Expect there's going to be a return of some type of media like that, or some discussion about bringing something like that back before the end of the year in Canada. Don't know what it's going to be like over in Europe. Maybe Mark can probably talk about that a little bit more. I can't imagine, though, maybe not in Britain, but definitely on the mainland. There's definitely going to be if there's not already equivalents of it in Western Europe, there is definitely going to be the establishment of organizations like that in Western Europe, both online and on regular media channels. Maybe not in Britain, but definitely elsewhere on the continent. Austria, same thing. You're going to start seeing the rise of independent media, and you're going to also probably later on in the year, you're going to start seeing almost like a merging of the two. Like there's almost going to be like a path, right? Like you build yourself up through it, start the establishment of almost like a pathway. You build yourself up through YouTube or Rumble or whatever, and you get to a certain level, and then the big media organizations at some of these stations will then start talking to you about giving you a contract to come on their show. That's it is. It's already starting to happen. You're going to see a lot. You're going to start seeing that happen a lot more. As far as like I say, as far as Holly. And let's not forget about gaming, video gaming, and Warhammer, and board gaming. Although I probably maybe talk about video gaming in the tech section, but in terms of gaming and whatnot, it's not going to be a very good year for games. Again, you're going to start seeing some companies in the gaming field wise up and realize that they should be just making games and not starting to send a message. Wizards of the Coast. Oh, there was some talk at one point about Elon Musk buying Wizards of the Coast. It never went anywhere. Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons are going to have a very bad year. They're going to have to there is apparently a civil war going on in Games Workshop between Wokehammer and the regular crowd. I think one of the determining factors when it comes to, especially if they're going to do either a live action or even an animated TV series or movie about Warhammer 40K. And because there's already, and this is the yang to what happened with Star Trek and Star Wars. they've already seen what happened with Star Trek Discovery and what's happened with Star Wars to know that get woke, go broke, and messing with the lore does not work. And if Amazon tries to pull that with Warhammer, you're going to see people like Nerdrotic, and Critical Drink. You're going to see all of the independent critics and all of the online Warhammer content creators just absolutely destroy the movie or TV project before it even gets screened. And nobody is going to go see it. This is something, and once again, I'm absolutely gobsmacked about the fact that, I point this out. I point out some people who from the woke camera crowd that get woke, go broke is a real thing. And if they try to do stuff like, say, female custodies in Warhammer, that nobody is going to go, it's going to get destroyed. It's going to get absolutely slagged before it even, and it's like because they already know what's happened with Star Wars and Star Trek. It's like when the series or the movie tanks, they're going to blame us, the independents, for doing what it is they're doing, and the fact that they chose to do this on their own. And here's the thing, right? A live action version of Warhammer. Even the character that Henry Cavill wants to play, who is a member, Inquisitor Cryptman, I think is his name, and it's not going to involve too much in terms of getting Astartes and suits of armor and that sort of thing. But I mean, if they try to do a full movie on Warhammer, I mean, each one, and they're going to need at least, even if they just do one faction, each one of those suits, to do it properly for Warhammer, each one of those particular suits of those Space Marines is going to run you tens of thousands of dollars. And that, by the way, that's just the Space Marine suits. That doesn't include...
Mind you, tens of thousands of dollars isn't really that much these days in Hollywood.
Yeah, I know, but that's just the costumes. That doesn't include the CGI. Yeah. That doesn't include having to specifically, and they're going to have to make their own studio for this because it's going to be, I think they're going to try and have ongoing content with Warhammer. So they're going to have to they're going to have to like literally either build or buy their own space and make their own studios. And then of course you have all of the other things. Yeah, it's going to run a movie, especially one where they have to feature the Space Marines, which they're going to have to do, is going to run anywhere between $300 and $500 million to do properly. When you're putting out that kind of money, you can't afford to have your movie get slagged because you chose to go woke hammer and have nobody go see it. Because if it doesn't work, not only will it affect Warhammer down the road, but every other gaming system is also not going to be given a television or movie series, because they already tanked it with Dungeons and Dragons for the second time. And by the way, it was 23 years between the first Dungeons and Dragons movie and this one. It's going to probably be another 10 or 15 years before somebody goes there again. So if Warhammer tanks on top of Dungeons and Dragons, ain't nobody gonna go near it. Any gaming system where lore is gonna be like Shadowrun's gonna be off the table, Dungeons and Dragons and all their worlds is gonna be like everything. So I mean, it's not gonna be just Warhammer that suffers if they wokeify Warhammer. And so I mean, there's a lot more writing on what Amazon is going to do. Like the whole thing with Warhammer is actually kind of be almost like a microcosm of not just a direction for gaming systems in gaming worlds getting movies, but it's also going to be a determination for what Hollywood does in terms of directions of what style of movie they're going to do in the next few years. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
As far as Warhammer's concerned, I just want to remind you of the Games Workshop own website streaming platform that they release all those animations on. They've got their own subscription service, haven't they, for series episodes of their own
Oh yeah, they've got some
cartoons.
really good. They got some really good stuff on there, which kind of makes me hopeful. The
Yeah.
question is, it's not the question of Games Workshop. It's the question of what Amazon chooses to
I
do.
would also argue it's what Games Workshop wants, because they have been extremely woke, to use the phrase, in the last since 2014, 2012 or something. They have, yeah.
Yeah, I think they can choose to ignore the lore. You're right. They can absolutely choose to ignore the lore. The only issue with ignoring the lore is that what you end up, because that's what Discovery did to a great extent, is they chose to with Star Trek Discovery, and that series
Oh,
got canceled, and it went out with a
yeah,
whimper. And now that it's no longer running, I mean, it's like there's serious talk about not even including it in the timeline because it was so bad.
yeah, I saw that. Also, to I had a thought then, but never mind. Anyway, over back to the sort of issue. It's extremely informative, extremely. Um, you say in entertainment, the entertainment industry per se, I disagree. Look at what's happened with Jaguar at the moment. Um, um, these companies are realizing that at the end of the day, woke doesn't make the bottom line.
Yeah, get
They
woke, go
look
broke.
good on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, get
Yeah,
woke, go broke. Hopefully, Amazon, because it's going to be Amazon's. Amazon is going to have the final choice when it comes to Warhammer. The thing
yeah,
about the whole thing with Warhammer is because of the way Warhammer, the worlds are set, the way the lore is set up, and the way the thing has been written. Shooting even a TV series or even a mini series for Warhammer is going to be
Also,
an expensive underdoing.
yeah, I just remember what I was going to bring up. It's not the first time that the Games Workshop would retcon a lot of material. They've been doing this ever since the White Dwarf days.
Oh well, they've done it with Star Wars too.
Mm,
But I mean, again, right? I will give credit where credit's due. Up until they did this thing with the female custodies. I mean, for instance, when they asked it, when they brought in the Adeptus Sororitas, they actually went and developed a whole independent lore as for why the Adeptus Sororitas needed to be included. And they wrote it up and they made it and they put it in seamlessly because the Adeptus Sororitas, because I remember, because the Adeptus Sororitas was not around in the earlier versions of Warhammer, like back in the late 80s and the early
yeah,
90s.
the White Dwarf days.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It wasn't around, but they added it in later,
Mm.
but they put it in a way that made it part of the lore. They put it in seamlessly. They didn't just like try to ram a square peg into a round hole like they tried to do with the female custodies here recently.
Actually, funny enough, I've got I I just recently rebought the original Dawn of War real-time strategy series of computer games, which was made in, I think, the 2000s. And if you have a look at those games, There was the original Dawn of War, Dark Crusade, and Soulstorm. There was four DLCs released, and or three DLCs in the game, and the Sisters of Battle didn't actually appear into the fourth.
Yeah, they were.
So
I
it was
can't.
around the time.
Yeah, I don't know the exact. Like I say, I'm not a huge Warhammer fanatic. I mean, even a guy like Luton9, who is probably about the most knowledgeable person, at least in terms of the YouTube content creators, um, who who's about as knowledgeable as you can get about the Warhammer 40K lore. Even he has said that there's just so much stuff out there that it's difficult for even him to keep track of everything that happens. So I mean, if Luton9, who by the way has got a channel it maybe not at 1 million, but it will hit 1 million subs probably in the next year or two. If he's having difficulty keeping track of everything, I mean, what's it like for both you and I, Mark? So yeah.
This is one reason why I watch Arch or Arch Warhammer, and also occasionally Saga of Akkad. So
Yeah.
Kyle Benjamin.
Yeah. Arch Warhammer was, well, he's now Arch. But yeah, Arch was really knowledgeable about it too. And again, I think I've heard Arch say as well that, I mean, there's just so much lore out there about Warhammer that it's really difficult to keep track of everything. But yeah, both Arch and Luton9 are both saying that there's so much lore out there on 40K that it's really difficult for them to keep track of. What's it like for somebody who's like not a hardcore fan like you or I, right? So I mean, it's like anyway. That's enough. That's enough about us and the culture. Well, one other thing I'm going to say about it is that towards the end of the year, this is going to be a bit of a transition year in terms of entertainment, in terms of culture. It's going to look distinctly different by the end of 2025 as it does now. You're going to see if it's not at the point where sort of like YouTube and Rumble and independent content creators are like literally going to be an established pathway like there is with music, where you get to a certain level and then the mainstream media tries to hire you on as something like you're gonna start seeing a lot of that towards the end of the year. Like it's going
when you were saying that, I was thinking of the issues that GB News in the UK has done, because GB News has done this a few times. But,
sorry, I unmuted. I muted myself because I needed to get a drink of water here before. I didn't think you were going to go on. You're going to cut off. Yeah, you're going to start seeing a lot more of that. And with it, I'm going to turn it over to Rearson here.
Right, culture. Now that Hollywood, the entertainment industry, excuse me, is starting to see that people are just, well, the general public is fed up with the wokeism, that's the wokesters and whatever else that's been ongoing for the last 4 or 5 years. And again, yes, the reference of She-Hulk being cut out from the cameo in Deadpool 3. I'm just going to call it the Deadpool 3 movie. Screw Hugh Jackman. He doesn't matter. And then with She-Hulk itself being removed from the Marvel banner on Disney Plus, I believe that's where it was. It's a dead brand. I mean, maybe they can try to bring it back in again after, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years. When hopefully by that point in time they actually have writers that know what the fuck they're doing, rather than these activists that think they're writers. And that's been the problem with the counterculture coming up or coming to rise. And again, as it was already mentioned, people like Neurotic, Critical Drinker, Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Cannell. That was the other one I got a reply from once in a while was Echo Base Network.
Ryan Cannell as well.
Yep, Ryan. I did mention Ryan Cannell, but also Echo Base Network. I mean, I got a couple of responses of what was it? Something to the effect of Kathleen Kennedy's got her head so. Lucasfilm collectively has its head shoved so far up its ass. Every time it farts, it thinks it's a breath of fresh air. Nasty, but yeah, I know. You can't tell me that I'm not wrong with their sense of flawed logic with the shit that's come out. I mean, if it isn't the ejaculate, it was ass Oka. Just fucking awful. And I'm hoping that Lucas continues to keep putting out the shit that's been going on, because the worst thing that can happen for any franchise is not to have people hate it. It's to have people that are apathetic to it and walk away because they've had enough. Lord knows that I'm in that boat because I don't care anymore. I really don't. I mean, I can't even look at fucking Mark Hamill's face anymore. That is how much I despise the man. And I think that he's the epitome of, he's the reason why you should never, ever meet your childhood heroes. And I wish I was joking by saying that. I really do. Dumbass. Anyway, with the direction of where it's all gone, the attempted programming of trying to shift society, and the puppet masters that have been pulling the strings for the past little while, apparently BlackRock is actually a shell of its former self. Like, it doesn't have the trifecta and whoever else that's along with them. Given because this will head to the economy, I assume, if I go on this trajectory. But I think that there is going to be a course correction. I mean, as was already said, I mean, the Deadpool 3 movie gave finally the green light for the anti-hero R-rated movies that can actually be made, because if it's written right and written well, it can do wonders. The audience has always been there, but no one wanted to take the chance. Excuse me. I don't see Star Wars going anywhere anytime soon, and the only way that Star Wars can be saved would be for Elon to buy it specifically away from Disney, which I'm sure Disney would love to get rid of it. I mean, the Galaxy Star Cruiser or something like that. I can't remember what that god awful attraction that you were inside for 3 freaking days and couldn't take any pictures, and the Star Wars characters that you could quote interact with, and I use with the biggest air quotes possible, was freaking Rey and her entourage. So no one in their right mind really gave a shit. But
expensive as fuck too, by the way.
Sorry?
Expensive as fuck too, by the way.
Oh yeah, couldn't take any pictures. There's nothing you could do with all of that. So, and this will transition easy enough into politics. I mean, I already went there to begin with Mark Hamill, case in point. Anyway, I don't watch anything on television anymore because I don't have TV. I got rid of that a long time ago, and I'm happy with just internet only. So whatever it is that I see that happens to be trending, it's either going to be on YouTube, might be on Rumble, which is another thing as well too. Yeah, YouTube's on its way down, Rumble's on its way up. The two haven't crossed yet. It will probably take another couple of years. Probably about 5 years is what I'm thinking that Rumble's going to overtake them.
Platforms come and go. Anybody remember MySpace?
I heard of it.
MySpace is still around, believe it or not.
Yeah,
But
to be fair, yeah.
and there's still people that use it. But I mean, I think it's actually gone back to its original base, which is basically a place for musicians to go. Yeah, anyway, continue.
Yeah, I remember something about MySpace. There was a woman I was chatting with on Yahoo Messenger way back in the day from Florida. She had mentioned about MySpace. I looked at her. Well, my reply to her was like, I I've heard of it, but I haven't done anything with it. And yes, Mark, you're absolutely right. Platforms come and go. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. And it's a case of whatever. YouTube being part of Google means it isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Will Google be ripped apart? Who knows?
Technically, Google is already with the pot. It's all controlled by Alphabet Inc. That's why you've got Google. You've got Google DeepMinds. You've got Google. There's quite a few Google subsidiaries of subsidiaries.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll talk about that when we get to the tech part, by the way.
Well, I mean, I just got a streaming box when I upgraded my internet to twice its speed. The only thing I'll use on that will be maybe is Tubi. That's it. That's really all that I need, or I would need. Let's see what else in terms of culture. I can't see there being anything really less than a lot of apathy on the part of modern audiences. I'm hoping that Wizards of the Coast goes tits up, and it would be great to see Elon come in at the last minute and just pull him out of the fire. We're like, okay, guess what? I'm in charge. Guess what happened the last time I bought something really big? Most of you should be ready to be here that you're fired because you're useless.
Remember, Twitter has never made a profit since, at least on paper. It was, Musk is running Twitter or X as at a loss. No.
Yeah, there's a plan there. Again, there's a plan there. When we get to the tech, we'll probably cover that a little bit more.
Yeah. So, in terms of movies, I don't really have very much to say on it. In terms of Star Wars, Skeleton Crew seemed to be okay for the first two episodes, and apparently with the third one, it really started to go back into the woke, so they can't stop themselves. Which is why I'm saying Star Wars can fucking burn in hell for all I care at this point, and preferably with Mark Hamill leading the charge, but that's not happening right now. So there's supposed to be the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. Oh, what an awful fucking title. That just does not inspire me at all to go see it. I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine, two recognized names within the comic industry. Very recognized. But, anything else in terms of culture? Probably going to see more of the same old of men, especially white men, being put down as or we're either idiots or we're the villains or whatever the case may be. And again, as I said, the worst thing that can happen for entertainment or any sort of celebrity is that you don't react. You just turn your back and walk away. So I'm hoping that trend is going to continue for all of the stupidity. So I got nothing more. Oh, World Camera. Yeah, again, like anything that's been established. But World Camera's got a lot more to worry about than just the whole thing with Amazon. Like they have to worry about their products because apparently there's been a decrease in purchase. Sales of 40K or just Warhammer period or anything Games Workshop is apparently it's been going down. There's been a steady trend going down. So they may have to loosen the reins a bit and maybe, just maybe, go back to what it all was. Well, we'll see. Okay, I got nothing more and I got to go deal with Mini-Me. So back to you, gents.
One last thing before we get into the politics, and the politics we might be on for a while. It's going to be very clear by the end of this year that Hollywood and the mainstream media no longer have the punch that they used to have, which will probably be a good thing. The wisening up period for Hollywood and mainstream media it's mainstream media might be able to get some of their legitimacy back, but I don't think they've got to the point where they figured it out yet. Hollywood, the damage is irreparable. The golden age of Hollywood is clearly behind them now. One of the other things you're going to start seeing the rise of, and it's something else that I missed, you're going to start seeing a lot more of the independent middle row mid to low budget movies coming out of independent cinema. You're going to see a lot more of that. Yeah, that's about it for this one. Let's move on to the next one here. So, oh yeah, this one is going to be very interesting. Politics. And when I talk about politics, I'm talking about US and international politics. I'm not talking about Canadian politics. We will get into the Canadian politics. There's a whole section on Canada here because both Bruce and I are Canadians. All right off the bat, there's going to be riots and there's going to be some type of political violence just before J20 when Trump gets inaugurated. There was already some talk today about demanding that both Congress and Senate don't ratify the vote. It obviously wasn't going to work, but they tried. Ironically enough, it is January the 6th here today, which is the fourth anniversary of that event that occurred 4 years ago. You're going to see a lot of the individuals who were at J6 getting pardoned. That'll probably falls more under the news section, but yeah, it's one of the first things Trump's going to do. Like, I mean, the Justice Department clearly, I mean, they went after the Enrique Tarrio, who was the founder of the Proud Boys, who wasn't even in DC when it went down, got sentenced to 22 years over a single text. So you're going to see you're going to see Trump issuing a whole lot of pardons right off the bat. Another thing you're going to start seeing to do, and you're already starting to see a lot of anybody on Jack Smith's team that's still employed is going to get their asses fired. You're going to see a serious investigation you're going to start to see, in particular around J6, because they got super zealous about throwing people in prison over that. You're going to start seeing an investigation, the individuals in particular who were the catalysts of all of these charges. You're going to start seeing names named. You're going to potentially start seeing some people you're going to start seeing some of the people who are dealing with all of these phony charges. You're going to see a lot of them getting named, and some of them potentially even getting charged. Like, there's going to be a bit of a reckoning around January the 6th. As far as the other areas of what's going on in the president, you're going to see it's going to get nasty, right? Kash Patel is going to have his hands full with the FBI. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to have. I mean, they're going to have so much to do because there's just so many there's not a single. I mean, the Department of Health, all by itself, is going to keep RFK busy. Like, just dealing with the big pharma is going to keep RFK busy all by himself. Kash Patel is going to have a serious issue dealing with the FBI. Like you're going to start seeing, and this is one of the reasons why Trump introduced that bill just before he left office in 2020. He's going that bill which allowed him that executive order which allowed him to start firing people down the line. You're going to see him using that a lot.
The so-called clean the swamp.
Yeah, he's. You think?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of the swamp, and this is something you've already seen. You're already starting to see a lot of people like heading for the exits already.
Mm.
Kash Patel's going to be busy. Vivek Ramaswamy's going to be busy. The attorney. Oh my God, the attorney general is going to have her hands full. There was just so much corruption under the Biden regime. People who need to be charged criminally. She is going to have her hands full. There isn't a single department. The Department of Education, there's going to be an issue with dealing with all the woke teachers and all the woke unions and the whole alphabet mafia.
It's going to be a major problem with the unions.
Israel. And let's not forget. I was going to put that under news, but you're going to see Trump definitely lowering and when I get to the Canada section, you're probably going to see Polyev do the same thing. You're going to see Trump going hard after, in particular, students or immigrants on. Students on visas and immigrants that have been here openly declaring about death to America. It's sort of like it's like, I mean, put two and two together here. You come here at the generosity of the country, and you come to this country to get your education and to live here for a while.
Okay. Just a quick one. What do you know about H-1B? The visa, U.S. visa.
I suspect that's going to fall under the category of Tom Homan. It's probably going to fall under the category of Tom Homan. There's probably going to be some changes done around that. You're going to see that in Canada as well, too. By the way,
I doubt it because Musk is in favor of Indian technology employees visas. Musk has been really vocal on being a supporter of importing talent from mainly India.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, the way the immigration system used to work is that, I mean, there was a strong tendency towards favoring skilled labor.
Yeah.
Like if you had a medical degree.
Musk is really interested in under the H-1B visa program at the moment. I think 70% of all H-1B visas are given to Indians in the technology sector.
Yeah, again.
And he's really in favor of importing more and more talent rather than using US talent.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. To keep in mind, too, that was also an attempt by the left to engage in a smear campaign. There's a big difference between those individuals and the Indian immigrants that were busy shitting on the beach.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah. There's a big difference between those two. We're talking about quality rather than quantity. Also, oh wow, then we get into Tom Homan and Homeland Security and the border situation. You're gonna see large. I mean, first of all, that situation that was happening in Aurora, Colorado, where the local and state governments refuse to do anything about Venezuelans, like literally taking over entire apartment blocks and treating them like their own personal fiefdoms. Yeah, that's over. you're going to start seeing large number of and it's going to be made public too. You're going to see large numbers of perp walks. You're going to see lots of immigrants being hauled away in handcuffs, and they're going to make a very big deal out of this. You're going to also see the media try to, and they're going to try to draw on the Project 2025 thing and say, oh, well, you see, he's building all these camps. Well, it's sort of like, well, you arrest all of these illegal immigrants. Like, you got to put them somewhere, right? Like, so you're going to have to build the facilities to hold them before they get deported, even if they're temporary, right? Are there going to be potential abuses there somewhere down the line? Yeah, and then like, I mean,
actually, just a quick one. I disagree with you. You could do what the UK government's doing: stick them all in hotels.
yeah, they could do that as well. But I mean, yeah, it's like they're going to extradite. You're going to see and you're going to also see when I get to Canada, you're also going to see Canada doing the exact same thing, and you're going to start seeing this happen everywhere across the West, right? Like it's like the situation is like, yeah, no more, like no more. I mean, in Canada in particular, the thing that really finally put me over the top in terms of immigration was when you had Indian immigrants going down to the beach and shitting on the fucking beach, even though there was like a whole like a quarter mile full of porta potties within walking distance of where they were, and they were too lazy or stupid to go up and use them, right? And then have the Liberals and the NDP start throwing around accusations of racism over that. And it's sort of like, well, no, when I go to a beach, I don't want to be seeing like shit on the fucking beach because somebody's too stupid to go and use a porta potty, right?
Yeah,
That was
I was going to say, get enough problem with seeing dog shit on beaches.
yeah. So I mean, it's like, that was the thing. So yeah, you're gonna see a huge. I mean, again, it's gonna be primarily targeting like people who ran across the border between Mexico and the United States for the most part. But you're gonna like, yeah, you're gonna see mass deportations. You're gonna also see they're gonna have to they could put them in hotels, but they are gonna have to build some temporary facilities, and they're gonna the mainstream media is going to try to accuse Trump of building quote unquote concentration camps. That's gonna be one that's gonna be brought up. Oh, speaking of which, the mainstream media is just going to go on these like there's Trump will never be able to please them, and he's not going to play ball with them this time either. The mainstream media, because the mainstream media isn't the only dog, isn't the only game in town anymore, and this is where it's really going to become obvious, right? Like you're going to notice that Trump is going to be inviting a lot more independent media into the White House for press briefings. They're gonna like there's gonna be a legit like he's gonna try to legitimize alt media and alt tech in a big way in the next little while. Other things that are kind of gonna come up, you're gonna start seeing a crackdown when it comes to education on the LGBTQ mob trying to sneak in their agenda into schools. That's going
to. I disagree. There will be an intended crackdown because of things like unions and so it may not be as successful as you may envision.
Yeah, it's gonna go a lot more slowly there. Here's the thing: there was I just saw this one. There was a head of a local teachers union in Colorado who got caught he had a massive amount of child porn on his computer, and he had been caught engaging in sex with minors. And what was really particularly weird about this is that this particular school district in Colorado had a massively disproportionately large number of teachers that had been caught indoctrinating students and whatever, and they were getting resistance from the head, the local president of the local teachers union. And now that they knew why, this is just recently, like less than a month ago, that this happened. Yeah, there's definitely been some infiltration there. Agriculture, yeah, I think the days of the Chinese owning land right next to U.S. military military sites, that's definitely over. I don't think they're going to let Elon Musk buy up 8 hectares and hectares of farmland either.
Yeah, I'm more interested in if Bill Gates gets any more land in the next couple of years.
Yeah, they're gonna be watching. They're gonna be watching that a little bit more. They might not necessarily because they can't really fix everything all at once, right? They've got the whole medical issue, and oh yeah, the transgenders in the military, they're definitely gone. That's gonna like Trump is gonna be doing that like first day, like they're gone. I you're gonna see a lot of you're gonna see a lot, like I say, you're gonna see a lot of people from the Biden administration um getting held accountable. The ones that Biden, by the way, has been signing pardons left, right, and center over the last few years. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot more of that over the next couple of weeks. You're gonna also see you're also going to see, at least in the U.S., you're going to see at least one more attempt by the government to send money to the Ukraine because they've been trying to get as much money there as humanly possible because the money supply for the Ukraine is done. It's not Trudeau.
About actual arms trade. With
Yeah.
Money isn't so much important if the US is still selling weapons.
Yep. And of course, yeah, Trump is going to do his level best to try to get some type of a settlement or some type of thing resolved there in terms of what's happening between the Ukraine and Russia, because that's just a huge money sieve that's just a huge money pit, money laundering pit. That's what the Ukraine is, at least with the United States. Internationally, you're going to start seeing a bit. I don't know when Australia and New Zealand have their elections, but it wouldn't surprise me if they take a step to the right. Although, again, I don't know what the right wing, like whether.
I think Australia had their elections last year, so they've got 5 more years or year before. So 4, 5. New Zealand, I'm not so sure.
Okay, because I think as of right now, of the G7, the only country that is solidly left wing that's left of the G7 is Great Britain. Because Trudeau, yeah, they're barely, but they're barely hanging on there. Same thing with Germany.
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't exactly say they've got a solid. They don't have super majorities in Germany and France, as opposed to what they've got in Britain, where Labour is just like has a super majority, I think.
Actually, in Labour, it was the smallest general election that we've had for about something like 7 years. I think it was only like 20% of the electorate actually went out to vote.
Yeah. So the only country that's solid, that's got a solidly left-wing globalist government at this point, that's not on the verge of having to call another election or teeter.
Republic of Ireland, that's extremely.
Yeah, but Ireland is not a G7 country, though.
Yeah, okay.
I'm talking about the G7 here, or the G8. Expect there's going to be, you're going to start seeing a few of the wars start to wind down again, because this is something that a lot of people didn't necessarily know that Trump was doing. For instance, there was a huge, like in South Africa, for instance, there was massive amounts of racial rhetoric and actual, like, all out anti-white racism. They were talking like open talks about committing genocide, and Trump went to I don't know who it was that was running South Africa at the time, but he went to them and says, if you do that, we're going to do this, and the South African government just backed right off. Um, so yeah, you're going to see a lot more because like there's a lot of stuff that I found out about Trump after the fact, that some of the stuff that Trump was doing that was like, oh, like for instance, one of the reasons why there wasn't so much activity in Afghanistan while Trump was there is because Trump, and he did this in person apparently, he met with the heads of the major heads of the opposition in Afghanistan, like the ones that were engaging in most of the terrorist attacks. And with one of them, he like literally walked over and he handed them photos of every residence they had. And he says, if another American soldier dies in Afghanistan, we're going to hit every one of these houses. We're going to drone every one of these houses. Like there is not going to be a single place on the planet that you're going to be able to go where you'll be able to hide. And that's the reason why things quieted down so much in Afghanistan after Trump came in, because Trump didn't fuck around there. So yeah, that you're going to see a lot of that. So you're going to see a lot of the rhetoric kind of die off to a certain degree. Places where it won't necessarily die off, though, like you're not like it's gonna. Like, a lot of people don't know about the situation that's been taking place in Central Africa with all of the gold and the silver and all of the lithium for whatever for the phone, for all of the electronic devices. It's that area is going to continue to get less and less stable, and you're going to start seeing more and more hot wars occur there. Proxy wars, particularly between China and the United States. There's there's definitely some quote unquote democracy and some Chinese enlightenment coming to Central Africa.
China's been in certain African countries since, for the last 20, 30 years. China's operations, mining operations, is a big part of their revenue.
Yeah. Yep. And of course, also when it comes to politics, there's going to be some type of a negotiation between Trump and the Western powers and BRICS in order to facilitate a smooth transition, because the U.S. dollar is losing its prominence in terms of the international currency. There has to be some type of an organized withdrawal of certain countries sending their money back to the United States in order to avoid hyperinflation. You're going to see Trump.
I can see Trump speaking to both India and Brazil about this. I mean, as far as BRICS is concerned, he's not going to talk about economics with Russia or China, isn't he?
Well, yeah. Trump is going to
Brazil and India, and with this sort of special relationship between India and the US.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind it was Biden that broke off communications with Putin. Trump was, I mean, he wasn't cozy with Putin, but I mean, at least they had an understanding. Same thing between Putin and Xi Jinping in China. There's going to be a lot more communication there, which is a good thing.
Funny enough, did you hear about the report about China telling Putin that nukes are off the table? It was a recent report within the last.
No, I didn't see that one. So bring me up to speed on that.
I only briefly looked at it, but yeah.
Okay.
It was about China. Say, there's obviously there's talk about nukes and not ICBMs, but more regional nukes used, small yield, and China just told the CCP told Putin, nope, not going to happen.
Oh
As,
yeah, that's.
yeah,
I suspect that. I mean, China has as much to lose with a war between
yeah,
Russia and the
indeed,
United States as everybody else does.
indeed.
Um, there's also,
Yeah,
yeah,
go on.
you're going to start seeing, except in a couple of places, Central Africa being one of them, you're going to start seeing things kind of starting to ramp down a little bit. Because again, like Trump now has an established record as to how he's going to operate. And he isn't going to be, because of what happened in his first term, because of what they did between 2020 and 2024, he isn't going to be as soft-handed as he was in his first term with some people. He ain't, basically, to quote one person, he ain't fucking around anymore. There's definitely going to be a few people that are going to be looking at some serious jail time. And I won't get too much more into politics. The one area that I think you're definitely going to start seeing things really heat up in, though, is Central Africa. There's just too much stuff there, and too many outside entities have a vested interest in the resources there for things to calm down. That's just my opinion. So, Mark, take it away. And Rearson, I really hate how you're just totally dominating the conversation here.
Well, if you
So,
haven't realized this from me by now, I don't know what the fuck your problem is. Anyway, back to you, Mark.
uh, um, I've got to say, today has been extremely interesting as far as the UK is concerned. On the 6th, woke up this morning and today you both are aware of the petition to get the government out that received 3 million
3 million
signatories.
requests would be one way to put it. Signatures.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard of it. I didn't look into it too much, but I heard of it. Yeah.
That was the hearing was meant to be today, and I presume it happened, or the discussion was meant to be today. But also because of the grooming gang issue in this country. I presume you've both heard the Elon Musk sort of issues. The Prime Minister came out and talked about the so-called far right and the grooming gang, and he's got questions to be answered, especially.
Yeah, actually, it's gonna be a topic for 421. Actually,
okay. And also with what happened in Canada today, I think today's been really eventful as far as general politics is concerned. Interesting things happening at the moment with France being having a early election in March, I believe now. Funny enough, same. I believe Canada's election is going to be scheduled for March as well. If I'm not mistaken. You agree?
that's gonna be interesting. The one in Germany is also going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that one's scheduled for. But yeah. So yeah. France, Germany, and Canada's going to be 3 interesting countries to keep an eye on in the next year. UK, well, who knows with UK? I'm thinking Keir Starmer could potentially have a potential non-confidence vote before the end of this year. depending on what happens, especially depending on what happens in May with the local elections. I don't know if you heard about or not stopping, not banning, but certain local councils are not going to have local elections this year because Labour's just technically banned them from having local elections. I think there's some like 5 counties, maybe 6 counties, or actually 10 counties, and 5 county councils are actually arguing against it. But yeah, so in the county down in the southwest, it doesn't seem like we are going to have local elections in May. So myself, I won't be able to vote in a local election in May. So was the council still asking for tax?
There's a general EU elections this year too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, indeed. But as far as EU is concerned, I think there's what's her name, the lead of the EU at the moment, blonde.
Yeah, and and also you mentioned Germany. Yeah, that's February 23rd. That's just a little over a month away. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, before spring really happens, we're going to see some really interesting actions in Europe.
Yeah, okay. And I just checked. Australia has its federal election this year, so that's going to be a big one as well. Yeah, that's going to be a huge one.
I'm interested to see what happens in Poland because Poland has really cut that, put stringent rules in as far as immigration is concerned and how that works with the EU. Polish police have been authorized to use, or border control, are authorized to use live ammo now. So I'm interested to see how that fits in with the EU's Schengen agreement. Because I can see the entire, well, let's say not shoot the immigrant, but the strong measures to stop, to reduce on immigration in Poland is something the EU totally disapproves of. Again, same with Hungary at the moment.
I'm gonna have to say the Poland is actually proud of the fact that they're the only country in Europe that hasn't had a major terrorist event.
True, yeah, and that's because of their strong measures on immigration. Well, partially at least. I don't know. China. As far as South Africa is concerned, the mining operations in Africa, shouldn't to say South Africa, I think there's quite a few countries. Nigeria. China's been in Africa for decades now, at least 2 decades, if not 3. And I would like to see some sort of better recognition of, I don't know, indentured servitude, especially when it comes to women and children in certain parts of. But yeah, the entire sort of mining operations in South Africa is a iffy one, especially considering that it is China that's got control, the majority anyway. Apart from funny enough, South Africa, and South Africa is just government is just weird. I mean, look at what happened with South Africa's taking Israel to the justice, the human rights court or whatever back in January last year, or January, February last year. South Africa, well, let's just say South Africa is not known for the brightest politicians in the world.
Yeah, you won't get any argument from me about that. Absolutely not.
Also, on an international stage, like I said about the B1 visas, India, I think you're going to see a lot of more call centers, a lot more skilled Indian engineers coming into the US. I mean, sure, you're going to have the point of a lot of movement in immigration or reducing immigration from, let's say, Mexico and Latin America, but you are going to see I think you're going to see a percentage of a larger percentage of Indian tech workers coming into the US, personally. But yeah, I think that's all my thoughts for the moment.
Okay, yeah. Rusin, you're up.
Oh, this is going to be a shit show. It certainly started off with a bang on January 6th. I mean, it's 5 years later. God, what a day it's been.
Actually, funny enough, suggest the 6th of January is the first day that the MPs sit. It's the first day after the holidays.
Yeah, I just commented about what happened on January 6th with a certain inauguration party as well, too.
Of course, yeah.
Don't want to go into Canada because we have this section for all of that soon enough, and I've already ranted and raved a bit at the beginning of all of this anyway. It's going to be a barn burner of a year for politics. That's the only way that I can say that. With the dimension of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, interesting name, do what they can to clean up the swamp. And I don't know really what to say, or well, I know what to say and kind of think on it. It is going to be very interesting to see how things are going to change in the U.S. It will be, my opinion anyway, whatever that's worth. Excuse me. I don't know. It will be, I guess, it'd be very interesting to see. Do we have? Okay, we have politics, but we don't have economics. So, in terms of politics and economics, I don't know what to think or expect with anything that's BRICS related. So, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia, and everyone else that's signed up for it. The inflation, the hyperinflation that's going to hit the Americans when shit starts to hit the fan, and all those US dollars. As I heard from one economist with Mike Maloney on his YouTube channel. So when they come home to roost, it's going to hit, inflation's going to hit like no one has seen before in America. Anyone that might have should be long past by this point, just because of what happened to Germany post World War One. Given the American protectionist tendencies that Trump has, I don't know what to make of that right now. If and when there's going to be, I'll rephrase it this way. I fully expect that there's going to be I'm thinking somewhere around July, sorry. There was somewhere around July shit's going to really start to hit the fan, but I don't know. And given the experience of what Trump had gained when he went through his first 4 years, and I'm still of the opinion that he's the one that's been running everything behind the scenes, but that's another story. Or at the very least, apparently the American military did not give Biden the nuclear codes, and if that's the case, that to me tells me who was really in charge. But had to have the 4 years go through for people to see what's been going on. Excuse me, which reminds me as well too, is that I believe that we're going to see more and more leftist governments collapse. To take a case of what's happened here in Canada, not with Trudeau's news, which was technically yesterday, still was technically today. There is a member of Trudeau's government, Stéphane Guilbeault, whatever the fucker's name is. He's the environment minister, and he's admitted to being a socialist, not a liberal, a socialist. I mean, he did some stupid publicity stunt with the CN Tower and was arrested for Greenpeace. So that really should have been enough of an indication as to what to expect from the insanity and stupidity with the Trudeau government. But again, I'm trying to stay away from Canadian politics. But as I said, though, that should be a very good indication to anybody with half a brain, I hope, to see what socialist politics, when taken to an extreme, actually does look like. There was, I think Holland is now, the Dutch government has just collapsed or close enough to it. There's been problems in Germany. I think there was something with the Austrian elections as well too.
Last year?
I can't remember.
I sort of remember something, yeah.
But needless to say, at the end of the day, everything that's related to socialism or socialist governments, I think people are now they're really starting to realize that it doesn't work. That's not to say that capitalism works. It works better, in my opinion. But as I said to a friend today, she was commenting. We were chatting a bit about Trudeau and whatnot. What did she say? She was still amazed that people will still vote for the NDP, which used to be the socialist political party in Canada. And I said to her that you're always going to be having people that are going to be the lazy fucks that are going to be happy to just latch themselves onto the government and really do and suck as much out of the government as possible because everything is quote free. I think that there's going to be an awakening of sorts, one way or the other, with Trump basically getting the world to wake up and for countries to start to take care and accept more responsibility. I will say this much: if Trump gets through to his inauguration, which I believe he will, I'm of the opinion that the Russian-Ukrainian war will be over by probably April, if not sooner.
I would argue that Russia's going to run out of money anyway. It will be run out of resources anyway. They've got a real problem with troops, and that's why they brought in North Korea. And Russian and North Koreans cannot work together at all.
North Koreans and Chinese as well too, if I remember.
Yeah, the Ukraine is the one that's having the personnel problems. They've literally run out of people. They've literally scooped. They just scoop people out. They're scooping up the people off the streets of Ukraine. And when they start getting the people my age, when they start taking people my age off the street, they're in trouble. And that was like less than a year ago.
Yeah, I
So
was
yeah,
gonna
not a
say,
surprise that North Korea and China are sending people to the Ukraine. That's not a big surprise.
Yeah.
So I argue that irrelevant of Trump, we could see the end of the Ukraine-Russian conflict within the next year and a half, potentially next year, let's say. But yeah, with Trump, it could be faster. Well, will be within the next year, I think.
I think it'll be. I don't see it lasting really all that long. I'm of the opinion that Russia wanted to invade Ukraine well before, but they had to wait until Trump left office before they could jump into it. So, if that's the case, I can't see how this. We're talking about a president that one didn't actually. He's the only American president in modern times that did not go into or start a war. That attack on that Russian airfield back in 2016, 2017, that was whenever it was. It was just one of those. I'm of the opinion that it was basically a show and an agreement between the two, Putin and Trump, to basically just put, quote, kind of put Russia in its place. When, from the sounds of it, they got rid of a lot of old equipment. So rather than to try to upgrade it or recycle it or whatever, or that it gets put onto the black market somehow, they just basically used it. And again, with the attack on that Russian airbase, they were told about 1 to 2 days before, get everybody out, get anything you need that's valuable, get it out. This is we're going to bomb, which is unusual. Okay.
Don't worry, they're coming. They're incoming.
Oh shit! I'm scared of what you're going to be putting up here. God, more ladies that are worthy of V's attention. I hope to God not. But my reaction, ladies and gents, will be, oh Jesus.
They're all Japanese too, by the way.
Wow, the one, well, that older one with the in the purple ones. I wouldn't say no to that.
I wouldn't say no to any of them, but that's just me.
Well, that's one because they got boobs. Anyway, the second one in the rock garden looks fake to me, actually. It looks like it's AI generated. I mean, it really does. I've never cared for the schoolgirl look, so I'm going to pass on that one. Oh, titties.
Jesus.
Anyway, let's get back to the topic there.
Oh, you fucker, you've oh, good God. You know how to distract busty Asian women with boobs. Nice. Gotta love it. Natural too, Kim. Not like Minka. No, that's just horrendous. Anyway.
Oh, Minka in her day was, I don't care, real fake, I'll take them. But yeah, Minka was like, I don't think I'd go there now, but back in the day, absolutely. Continue on, though. We went from politics to Asian women with big boobs. It's just the way it sure goes.
No standards, folks. No standards. All right. But I was going to say, with Trump, he actually was able to get 7 peace agreements signed. And as I said, not to actually, it did not invade anybody. Unlike Obama, who invaded 7 or 8 countries and was given, like I said before, within the first 3 to 4 months of his tenure, was given the Nobel Peace Prize, and the fucker didn't do anything. And he never really did do anything. But we'll leave that alone. So I'm expecting that things, I think that things with Russia will die down. Okay, I'll say 3 to 6 months. It'll be over. And I don't know what's going to happen with that. Don't really care. I just don't want any more Canadian cash to be sent over to that corrupt government. I am expecting the possibility that China will invade Taiwan for the same reason, if I believe, why that Russia invaded Ukraine, which was to deal with a lot of really, really nasty, bad shit, like biolabs, possible deep underground military bases. I don't know, maybe. All I know is that if that is indeed the case, we'll never know. We won't know, or at least we won't know directly, and it's going to be stuff you're not going to see on the news. So, England or the UK is going to go through some very interesting times. I mean, I was just watching briefly with Paul Joseph Watson with what's been going on, and I've known this for a while. That's all I can say.
Well, yeah, it's been the entire Gang thing that's been going on for. But yeah, this entire issue with the Tommy Robertson and not only that, but it's all related. But grooming gangs and PMs, Prime Minister.
Well, and that Elon Musk tweet that all mayors are responsible for what's going on too. Sorry. Yeah, so to me, the whole thing where it's been
in this country.
Okay, well, I was going to say the whole thing with what's been going on in the UK, where it's been business as usual, and people that should not be in the country are, and whatever else. I think that's going to come to a boiling point. I think I wouldn't be surprised if within 6 months that there was going to be just national protests, to say the least. And it doesn't help with the UK, with the London mayor being not white. Not saying I don't have a problem with it.
The main sort of protest that you're going to hear from an international perspective will be the ongoing farmers' arguments. But you're going to hear that in other European countries as well. The sort of farmers owning land argument, and inheritance tax in this country. But yeah, farmers' protest is going to be a major thing that you're going to hear internationally.
I was going to mention that as well too. Yeah, so the farmers haven't stopped protesting in France, Holland. We just haven't seen it in the UK. It hasn't happened in Canada yet, but given the current state of suspension, who knows? I can't honestly think really of anything else at this point as to what else is going to go, where things are going to go, not necessarily wrong or sideways. I just can't think of anything else. So I will leave it at that for now. Technology.
Okay, I'm going to throw in, I just suddenly realized something here, because literally I had one of my female relatives post up one of those hyper-aggressive feminist videos here, literally about 30 seconds ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big, that's going to be some issue. I totally forgot to mention that. You're going to see a lot more angry and violent rhetoric because, again, they're totally clueless, right? You're going to see a lot more angry and violent rhetoric out of feminists and feminist allies. Yeah, you're going to see, again, right, it's going to ultimately be self-destructive for them, but they got two choices when it comes to the Manosphere, because they tried so desperately, and to a great extent they succeeded in trying to dominate the narrative around trying to define what the Manosphere is. So they went on Wikipedia and Quora and that sort of thing, and they tried to own the narrative and tried to establish the narrative for the Manosphere. The only problem is that they lied in order to do it. So now anybody that comes at the Manosphere using quote unquote official sources, and this is something that I've discussed a few times, and I will be probably discussing it if I do my live stream tomorrow, is the fact that when they come at the Manosphere, they're usually coming at the Manosphere, and the information they're coming at the Manosphere with is like completely incorrect. So you get situations like, say, with like Mooncat, for instance, where she does this hour-and-a-half video. Yeah, you remember that. Yeah, you remember that. That atrocious content. And then she starts acting like she's won something, and then of course, right, the guys from the Manosphere come out of their foxhole because once again, feminists were completely firing, like they made this big deal about these big cannons firing off and hitting the Manosphere. In fact, they weren't even firing in the right direction. And then guys like me and Rolo Tomasi and Undid Chronic and Hammerhand and Terrence Pop and the Honey Badgers and whatever, we come out of our foxholes, we go over and we just slice these people to ribbons because they don't they completely miss the mark and they go quiet. And it's like you're going to see a lot more angry violence. Again, right? It's going to take them anywhere between 6 months to a year to figure out. And the feminists are in a catch-22, right? If they continue to attack the Manosphere based on the information that they so desperately tried to control a narrative on, and if they try to use that fake information, they're going to get massacred. But if they change their tactics to try to become more effective, they're going to have to go back to those same people and go, yeah, we kind of misrepresented the facts to you, right? So they're in a catch-22. So yeah, you're going to see a lot more bullshit rhetoric coming out about feminism over the about the Manosphere and feminism over the next year or so. But let's just get into tech.
One last thing I want to say about the whole thing with feminism is the realization from them is that at the end of the day, as women are becoming more and more aware of the lie that feminism is, my opinion, is that the feminists are going to be outbred by the conservative and libertarian and even real liberal women. So
yeah, well, that's a long time in coming, though. Anyway, let's move on to the next one because tech is going to be very interesting. All right, so now we get into technology. All right, so right off the bat, they're going to try to they are going to try they won't have the backing of the state anymore, but there's going to be at points in 2025 they're going to try to take runs at alt tech. It's not going to work. Although it wouldn't surprise me if one of the alt platforms gets taken down completely. If I was going to go with one, I would say BitChute would be the one that would go down because it is based, and I cannot believe they have not moved out of Britain, but they have not.
I thought BitChute was Republic of Ireland.
It might be Ireland. I thought it was Britain, but I mean, I cannot believe they. I thought it was Britain, but I cannot believe that they have not left there and reestablished it in a friendlier location. If there's going to be one of the platforms that's going to get taken down, it's going to be BitChute. But yeah, you're going to see YouTube's share of the video market decrease potentially noticeably. Right now, they're somewhere between 80 and 85% of the viewing market. That total is going to really go down. It is the UK, huh? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, they're gonna try and take BitChute right out at some point in the next year or two. You're going to start seeing, and I've seen this even with my employer, like my employer's server. If I just go with just the server, I cannot get MGTOW TV. I cannot get BitChute. I cannot get Gab. There's a lot of sites that I cannot get into. You're going to see a lot of the non-large servers, like you're going to see a lot of the corporate servers start to block certain sites, BitChute, of course, being one of the big ones. And I mean, I got to point out something about BitChute, in particular, BitChute in Gab. V has mentioned that there's a lot of the actual far right on both of those platforms, and he's not incorrect. They don't dominate those platforms though, but I mean, it's like, yeah, there's definitely an issue with the far right on both BitChute and Gab, but again, they don't dominate. And again, I tell people if they have an issue with BitChute or Gab to just go the hell over there and start challenging them because they do back down when they're challenged. So yeah, you're gonna start seeing more and more private servers uh start blocking more and more content. There's also going to be a push, not at the government level in North America in particular, but from mainstream media, whatever. They're going to start to try to demonize VPNs. And some countries are going to try to outlaw. Well, Brazil has already outlawed VPNs, although I don't think it's been particularly effective. But you're going to start seeing low-level attempts to try to demonize VPNs and to try to get people that are just like
I'm not so sure in Europe because companies like NordVPN are big, massive employers.
Yeah, they're gonna. I won't say there's gonna be a big push, but they're gonna start trying to kind of like make VP. Gotta try to. They're gonna try to control the narrative around VPNs. It's not going to work. On the other hand, you're gonna start seeing VPNs really start to take off. If you're any type of an alt content creator like I am, you absolutely have to have a VPN. In fact, every single computer I have got, except for my phone, I use my cell phone as a control to figure out which sites have and haven't been blocked. But my iPad, my actually now 3, because one of my 8-year-old, it's had a good run, but it has to be taken in for some repairs tomorrow. I actually bought a new laptop today. Yesterday because I needed one. Like the computer that I'm currently on is almost 5 years old, and the laptop that I'm sitting at with the right that's had given me all sorts of technical glitches over the past 72 hours. It's like 7, 8, 9 years old. They've had good runs and they're still functional, but I mean, it's like, yeah, they got the issues of age and all of the other stuff that comes with it. Like, for instance, when we started the show tonight, we were on for about 5 minutes and then like Skype just glitched out.
Yeah,
I just got booted out. Yeah.
I had to log in and
I had to restart. So you got to start seeing a big push there. The gaming industry, Sweet Baby, Sweet Baby is going to become almost irrelevant. You're going to start seeing the AAA games still try to sneak again. And when I get to the news section, DEI is like slowly fading out of DEI and ESG are slowly fading out of favor. Because people are starting to find out that it doesn't actually benefit their business to be exercising this model. It's going to take a while for it to disappear, but yeah, you're going to start seeing some established AAA gaming companies are just going to completely go under. You're going to see, again, much like you saw with YouTube and independent content, you're going to start seeing a lot more independents doing well. in the technology sector. You're going to start seeing governments trying to make attempts. You're going to see various governments trying to make attempts to go after, like it's a Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, Brighteon, MGTOW TV, D Live, those Gab, MeWe, those sites. They're going to try to they're going to start making big pushes to try to make it harder for people to get to those sites. On the other hand, YouTube, you don't be, first of all, and it's still early in the year, don't be surprised if both Meta and Google lay off large numbers of employees again. There's going to be some serious talk in the US about breaking up Google. Like you started seeing a little bit of it towards the end of last year, and you're definitely going to hear a lot more of it this year. The other thing that's going to start happening is some of these lesser known platforms that have got issues with, say, about 3 or 4 dozen people attempting to control the cultural narrative on their sites. I'm talking specifically about Reddit, Wikipedia, and Quora in particular, that have these various people that seem to have no other form of life except to go in and moderate content. You're going to start seeing those sites take heat as well. Don't be surprised if potentially, as we go along, as if fines don't start getting issued. Wikipedia in particular Wikipedia is definitely going to be taking some heat because, I mean, the owner of Wikipedia is clearly a believer, and that reflects in how Wikipedia is run. It's gone from a point where you kind of go over there to look up stuff, and then now you go over and it's sort of like, can I trust their information, specifically about political and social issues? Like, can I trust their information? No, not really. Again, I'm going to go back to specifically the MGTOW section of Wikipedia, where there's like literally only one actual MGTOW source of information on the MGTOW page for Wikipedia. Every other page, every other source of information on there is either a feminist or a feminist ally, right?
Also, I've got to remind you that Wikipedia is also useful for other things. I mean, I use it if I providing references in the post for technical.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, they're good. They're good on that end, but if there's something like sexual dimorphism or anything that's kind of loaded about the gender issue or whatever, or about some other about stuff like that, then it's like, yeah, Wikipedia is definitely Wikipedia, Quora, and Reddit. Reddit in particular. Reddit has got some serious issues if they don't address it. At some point. It might even happen this year, but Reddit is definitely going to be taking some heat.
I'm not sure because of Reddit's position in Europe.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. Reddit's a big deal here in North America. I am surprised. There have been some attempts to come up with alternatives to Reddit. I am surprised that nobody has succeeded yet.
Well, there's a lot of small sites, but
yeah, there's a bunch of small sites. The problem with Reddit is that the biggest alternatives that I've seen, one of them ended up basically becoming not just like a haven for right wingers, but became an absolute haven for like the right that you start hearing from politicians on the far left saying about dangerous far right individuals. There's one site, I can't remember, was it not Poll? Vote just ended up being a far right cesspool. Worse than Gab or BitChute, which is saying something. Poll ended up also being not particularly good because it's sort of like they had a feature on there where you couldn't block people unless you had a certain number of points. And it's sort of like, yeah, and it's sort of like, no, right. Sometimes I don't want to be getting into an incessant argument with a far right. Like the far right is as bad as the far left. You will get no argument from me about that. Other things that are going to happen, yeah,
as I keep saying,
yeah, YouTube's going to continue to YouTube's share is going to keep dwindling. You're going to start seeing again, you're probably going to start seeing, you might see somebody on, because right now there are 3 or 4 people on Rumble that have 1 million plus. You're gonna start seeing, like, I know, because I checked, there are people on BitChute, which is the next biggest platform, that have followings of 250,000 people. So you're gonna start seeing the numbers on BitChute going up as well. Not gonna be a very good time for gaming. Again, when we get into the content creators, again, you're going to start seeing on podcasts like Spotify and whatever, you're going to see those podcasts. Like, I mean, basically what's going to go on here is, I'm talking about the big cultural shift here. Podcasters and independent content creators are going to be, you're going to start seeing them get as big or bigger than some of the rock musicians out there, right? Like, I mean, it's like they're, like, again, because the music industry has also been so corrupted. Like I said, it's not necessarily as bad as Hollywood, but it's still pretty bad in music. Like, like, I hate, is it gonna be really weird to say that guys like Joe Rogan and whatever are going to, they're literally the rock stars now. Like, I can't really think of a major musician right now that has that level. I mean, with the teen crowd, maybe. With the teen crowd, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, when you get into the adult section, I'm really hard pressed to think of any prominent musician right now that's got that huge of a following anymore, right? Um, Even the ones that are necessarily like the guy, I should remember this guy's name because he's from the same part of the Lower Mainland that I'm from. And it's like I can never remember his goddamn name. The guy who wrote Snow, the guy who did that who did that music video with Ben Shapiro. I cannot remember his goddamn name. I literally saw an Instagram post by him, and I cannot remember his goddamn name right now. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, you're going to see alt networks getting bigger. You're going to see attempts by various governments attempt to try to put a cap on it or to try to censor it. Some of them are going to be successful. Some of them are not. But it's like, again, it's specifically in North America. Polyev is definitely net savvy and net aware, and he's not going to allow, when he becomes prime minister, he's not going to allow corporate or what's left of the woke industrial complex to censor anything else in Canada. Trump maybe isn't quite as tech savvy, but I damn well know that his son is, and Elon Musk definitely is. No, Twitter is not, by the way, no, Twitter is not going to fold. I literally have had, because what happened seriously, what happened is, like, for about 3 or 4 months, like, they were making a big deal about the fact that all the advertisers were pulling on. Like, they were saying, oh yeah, 1.5 million people left Twitter to go over to Blue Sky. And my response, and I posted this up several times, it's like, oh, 1.5 million. Gee, that's 0.025. That's not 2.5%. That's 1/4 of 1% of the total number of subs on Twitter left Twitter. right? Like, what are the other 585.5 million subscribers on Twitter going to do? Oh my, yeah, devastating. And oh yeah, by the way, the advertisers are going to come crawling back because they might try to sneak in another version of GARM, but again, everybody is aware of those tactics now. You're still going to probably see a few more sneaky, underhanded tactics, but again, right, these organizations cannot hide like they used to because Twitter does not ignore them anymore. Meta might ignore them, but Twitter or X/Twitter won't. Neither will any of the alt platforms be able to ignore them. You're going to potentially see around YouTube, you're going to potentially see them kind of start backing off on some of their more censorious conduct because they're YouTube. To quote Louis Rossman, YouTube is a company that's literally going through its couch looking for spare change right now. Like they're in big trouble financially, and everybody knows it. The um, the whole issue with Meta and Facebook as well. That platform is getting really stale. It's not going to be on the way out this year, but you're going to see Facebook continue to lose prominence. Uh, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting year. You're going to see again all of these woke organizations are going to be greatly reduced in power by the end of the year. You might see it be a little bit saying in saying that though, and I'm gonna this is the theme that's going to continue on through 2025. It's going to be very fractious and very divisive, and there's going to be a lot of rhetoric being thrown around without a lot of facts backing him up, and that's going to happen in the tech sector as well. I'm trying to think of anything else that's going to happen in the tech sector. Nope, that's it. Mark, take it away.
Fractus, yeah, Fractus, yeah, best quote you've made. Okay, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it these days. Musk. This is going to be an interesting one because if you have a look at what's happening in Australia at this present moment with the minor child minor, a young adult, and internet access and social media bill, and also it's on the same point, looking at what's happened in the UK with the Online Safety Act, as it is now. The EU has got an interesting relationship with Musk as well. And I'm seeing if these various acts are actually pushed to the full extent of the law, you may see Twitter moving offices outside of countries as potentially like the UK and Germany. And other European countries. I had a long conversation with somebody about this only a couple of days ago, and problem with companies like Twitter and the big tech social media companies is that they've got offices and subsidiary companies in all over the world. And one of the biggest income as far as revenue is concerned is not technically with the social media platforms themselves, it's with the tax operations. These large social media companies can actually divert money away from countries that are taxing them a lot of money. It's money, it's legal money laundering in effect. So if companies like Twitter do leave the UK and other countries, their tax operations would be severely impaired on, and therefore the stock price, not so much with Twitter because all the stock is owned by Musk anyway. But certain companies, Facebook may have to. Actually, I'm not so sure if Facebook would move out of the UK, but companies like Signal may move their offices out of the UK and potentially the EU. God, you talked about a lot. Give me a rundown of what you just said, just a summary.
Well,
okay, just to remind me.
gaming tech platforms and basically tech companies like Google and that sort of thing.
Okay. As far as Google's concerned, Google is a Google LLC, to give it its correct name. It's a subsidiary of Alphabet Inc. And Google LLC has got a lot of smaller companies underneath it, and it's got not only that, but also subsidiary companies that are based specifically for each country, for each individual country. So technically, Google is already broken up. But when you're talking about Google, I presume you're talking about YouTube LLC, which is a separate company.
Again, right. A lot of people have used that. A lot of people have used that. Well, technically, Google is already broken up, but ultimately, it's still Google, right? Like, yeah, it's again. There had like Google has a serious monopoly on a few things, at least in North America, and that needs to be broken up.
The real thing I'm interested in is looking at companies like Google DeepMinds, which are the company that collects medical data. And in the UK, there's a contract with the NHS and DeepMinds in which all personal information is removed, but all anonymized data, a lot of anonymized medical data is given over to DeepMinds. In the US, you've got similar issues with Google, but you've also got similar issues with Apple as well. And it goes back to the HIPAA laws in the US. But I can't see anything happening on that front for several years to come. But when you're saying Google is a collection of many companies. It's just not Google, the search engine. As far as tech companies and going woke and going broke is concerned, well, yeah, as we were saying earlier, at the end of the day, the consumers will decide what platforms they will use. So yeah, each platform has got their own audience. I've spoken about the US tech center in India earlier, and that's going to be a major issue for the US in the next 5 years, or potential large issue. But yeah, at the moment it is mainly looking at what's happening in Europe and Australia. And another point on this, Canada, as far as Canada is concerned, the C16, C17, C18 acts will probably get taken out of legislation in the next 5 years as well. And there will probably be a full review of state-funded media in Canada. I can see Rebel News going to get a lot more traction in Canada, that's for sure. But yeah, as far as the CBC is concerned, there won't be any sort of imprisonments. There won't be any sort of trials. But I don't know. In CBC is going to remain in its in current political sort of situation for the next couple of years, because being a public sector service or being a taxpayer funded service, they've got the issue of the sort of free and fair sort of journalism. Same issue as in with the BBC, but the BBC's issue is in relation to tax funding and the 2027 contract, government or state contract with them. But Reddit, actually, you talked about BitChute. I'm not so sure that there will be any action on BitChute in the UK this year, or in Europe. There might be some action as far as BitChute in US is concerned, but I think BitChute, as far as I can work out, BitChute in UK as a bit, people look at BitChute as a fairly neutral platform, but that's just the perception I get from what people think of BitChute in the UK. Reddit, being like I said earlier, being in a based in the Republic of Ireland, I can't see Reddit losing that much traction in Europe. It may lose traction in the US, but again in Europe, potentially Canada. Well, I'm not sure. Probably not. But
like I say, none of this is going to happen all at once. But I'm going
no,
to.
of course not.
You're going to like.
Let's say over the next 5 years, or over the next 5 years, because
yeah, I mean, I not this year, because we're only talking about this year. Over the next few years, like like in particular, Reddit has got a lot to. It's got a lot of explaining to do.
I'm not so sure in Europe. I don't think there will be any sort of real criticism of Reddit in Europe, but in the US more than likely, or in North America more than likely. But I don't know. That's my thoughts, I think. Yeah, can't think of anything else.
Okay, okay. It's time for Rearson to dominate the conversation again. So Rearson, take it away.
All right. In terms of technology, this is going to overlap with politics, but we're going to continue to see more of Elon giving hints of what's going on or what needs to be addressed. It'll be, and it's, excuse me, it's something that just cannot be stopped at this point. Whether anything's going to happen with Truth Social. I don't know. I'm not subscribed to it, and I don't see myself that I will be. I don't do anything with X to begin with, so what was it? Somewhere between 2 to 4 months ago, someone had asked Musk about Trudeau, and he just said, "Oh, he won't be around for much longer." I didn't expect a fan like this. So, and again, he's calling out Starmer. And apparently, there was at some point within the UK House of Commons, there was a debate or something was supposed to be brought up about child rape gangs, and apparently the Labour Party pretty much didn't show up for it. So we're going to see, I'm very much of the opinion there's going to be utilization of technology like X, social media, to really begin to wake people up. It'll be interesting. That's all I'm going to say. I think that we're going to see more of Rumble get bigger. Again, I don't foresee that this year anyway, that it's going to overtake YouTube. It's going to take a while for that to happen, probably about 4 to 5 years. Who knows? It might be sooner, it could be earlier. Anything's possible. And I will fully admit, I completely have forgotten all about BitChute. I have not been on. I haven't been to DLive, and even though I'm subscribed to my friend on Odyssey, Naroki, but I don't do anything with Odyssey either. Although I should start to look at using GreyJ on my phone at some point as well, too. And I think that's only...
I totally forgot about GreyJ. Yeah, you're going to see GreyJ really come out into the open this year. Sorry, continue.
No, fair enough. I'm just glad that I brought it up and you completely agreed with me as well. I don't know what to say about... I would go without saying that AI is also going to really start to move into a lot more things that are mainstream. And at this point right now, we're not ready for it. If anybody wants to have something resembling, like I would say, a kind of a traditional job, and Lord knows I'm finding it challenging with making resumes that get through the AI filters to begin with anyway. So we'll see. I got 3 or 4 jobs I'm going to apply for tomorrow. But in a very ironic manner, I'm hoping and wanting to go down to a simpler lifestyle. I'll be happy to keep my laptop with my VPN. But that's why that I couldn't post it up there. I want to post a link of the I'll get to that with the next topic. Yeah, I'm hoping that I'm praying that I'm going to be able to dial back things quite a bit for me, and I can get back out, get out of the city, and stay out of the city, hopefully for the good portion of the remainder of my life. I wish. We'll see. Yeah, that's really all that I can think of. Social media platforms, it's going to be more of the same stupid shit. Going to continue to see women self-destruct, being strong and independent. Except when I have to bitch, moan, and complain, and I got to put all my stupid 31-sided laundry because my shit don't stink. on fucking TikTok and like. So, fuck.
That's the point. You just reminded me. Is Trump going to do anything further with TikTok in the next 5 years?
It's possible. I remember something about it that he wanted to get rid of it. Again, from what I've heard.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to. China's gonna have to sell the American side of TikTok to the U.S. Absolutely,
Yeah.
and they're gonna have to. It's a spot. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's just too many security issues around TikTok at this point for them to allow it unfettered access to U.S. government and military sites.
But it's not just that. It's also, as I was going to say here, my cousin, who's a Chinese wife, he has said that TikTok in China is all about. It's a lot more geared for education and intellectual pursuits like math and science and shit like that. Whereas it's been the algorithm for Europe, North America.
Yeah, that's the opposite to what the algorithms in Europe
Yeah,
is.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I can see it actually. I can see this coming in as a two-pronged attack, where hopefully, if it does go in that direction, assuming that what I've been told from my cousin is accurate, and I believe it to be the case, that it's quite likely that TikTok will start to become de-weaponized, and it's going to, hopefully, it's going to be utilized to begin to wake people up rather than to just be this place of stupid toxicity, and that's on both sides of the. I'll put it as both sides of the political aisle. That's both sides of the gender war, shall we say, and with the alphabet mafia as well too. Because you can't go anywhere without those dumb fucks being mixed into the whole thing as well. Excuse me. So we'll see. We will see. I don't know what else to say at this point. So, and on that note, I have nothing more to say.
Okay, yeah, we've been going on as expected. I kind of had a feeling this was going to be a long one tonight, and it is. So now we get into just general news, and this is the section where we cover the stuff that probably is going to be more of an international feel and other stuff. First issue that tops off the list for me is that the teachers unions are going to be able to slow things up a bit, but yeah, you're going to see the LGBTQ mafia really start taking some serious hits this year. There's going to be a very, very much sedated like, you're not going to see nearly as many rainbow logos on during Pride Month in June as you saw 2 or 3 years ago. There's, like I said, I talked about this on the last show. You've already had a second in Alberta. You've already seen in a second Alberta municipality say they're not going to have rainbow crosswalks. You're going to start seeing that happen. It's mostly going to be in red counties and sort of like in conservative areas, but you're going to start seeing serious rollbacks of this. You're going to also start seeing some of the states in the U.S. bring in the same type of legislation that you saw Daniel Smith bring in Canada, where you're going to start where it's like you won't be able, like, I mean, this is the part that really pissed off the alphabet, the LGBTQ mafia, the Rainbow Mafia, was Daniel Smith changed one very specific point of legislation where parents have to sign on when it comes to sex ed as opposed to opting out, which means that they can't just bring these in and just have the parents find out. Now the parents have to be told about it straight up. You're going to start seeing that being introduced everywhere. Libs of TikTok is going to have an absolute field day. They're going to make an attempt. Of course, they're going to try to like make another run at 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 libs of TikTok and whatnot. But again, right, they're starting to lose their, and of course, yes, you're going to start seeing woke teachers, and of course, the same debauchery that you've been seeing at pride parades, specifically in some cities. That's There's going to either be attempts to prevent conservative reporters from reporting on it, or they're going to move this stuff into the background because they know, like, I mean, like, for instance, I saw a couple of reviews of pride parades this year where you had men openly peeing in pools off to the side, probably about 20 or 30 feet away from kids at some pride parades. You had guys walking around butt naked, and like this was the really bad one. This one guy was walking around butt naked, and he was deliberately trying to get the attention of kids at a pride event, at a pride parade. And it was like, yeah, that didn't go over well. And I have to mention, you're gonna start seeing the pride events start to kind of crack down on that. You're also going to start seeing people like, I mean, yeah, ESG and DEI and some, oh, yeah. For instance, the company I work for, I didn't know about this until like 2 weeks ago, uh, which is the reason why they've been hiring so many immigrants. There is basically a form of corporate welfare going on, at least in Canada, where if they hire immigrants, the Canadian government pays a third of their salary. And I did not know that this had been I don't know why I didn't know this had been going on, but that explains why so many companies have been hiring immigrants. This is, by the way, on top of DEI. Um, that explains why so many companies have been hiring immigrants, because they've been basically getting corporate welfare. You're going to see, yeah, that is going to.
New workstation class computer.
Yeah, Mark, could you mute yourself or something? Yeah. So you're going to start seeing, so that's going to go the other way. You're also going to see, and what legitimacy BLM has is going to be, I don't know if it's going to disappear completely, but it's definitely going to be taking hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. They're going to try to play the race card around it. People are getting tired of that divisive racial rhetoric. That stuff's also going to go away. You're going to you're going to see the economy is definitely going to be, I won't say it's going to go to a depression level, but you're definitely going to see a bit of a dip before things start to get better. The mainstream media is going to blame that on Trump, even though Biden was responsible for most of it. Same thing here. They're going to try to blame it on Polyev. I'm also going to say right now, you're going to see, and this is the part where we're talking about this, you're going to start seeing nasty fights. Every city, every municipality, like, stuff is going to come out and stuff is going to be revealed that was being covered up, because now you're at the point now where you're getting independent media in every single city. So it's getting a lot harder, because, like, I mean, yeah, you can go ahead, you can bribe, or you can have some sweetheart agreements with, say, in Canada, CTV, CBC, and Global, right? That doesn't stop the independents from doing stuff. And speaking of independence, you're going to start seeing governments start to crack down on independence. Like, you're going to see a lot more stories about independent media, like just like these guys with a laptop and a camera. Like, you're going to start seeing governments start to use quasi-legal. It happened here, even here in the city of Edmonton. I actually did a story on that. There's a guy here who uncovered the fact, and this should come as no surprise because it happens literally everywhere. The mayor had been working out some sweetheart deal where relatives of his were getting sweetheart contracts from the city of Edmonton for a few construction projects, and the mayor tried to file. Actually, believe he did attempt to try to file criminal charges against the journalist that was investigating that. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of that. Uh, Here's something that I think this is something that just comes out of left field this year. You're also going to see Just Stop Oil and these radical vegans. You're going to also start seeing a lot of their insane behavior also start to be exposed. Just Stop. In fact, one of the things that you might start seeing happen, because it has already started happening. I saw a story about one person in Britain who says, you just decided, okay, you know what? I'm getting sick of this one. I can't remember if it was Extinction Rebellion or whatever, or Just Stop Oil or whatever. I'm getting sick and tired of these individuals coming in and disrupting our events. So, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab 3 or 4 people and we're going to go over to one of their events and we're going to start disrupting their events. And that's exactly what they did. You're going to start that. Hopefully that'll be a trend that will start happening a little bit more often. Like, let's see how well they take it when their events start getting disrupted.
We have been seeing this sort of public disregarding mainly for these organisations for the last, I don't know, 6-7 months.
Yeah, they're losing favor, but I mean, they haven't disappeared, and they still have been doing stuff, and it's like people have just like, okay, that's it, right? So yeah, like you're gonna start seeing some major pushback on a lot of these leftist organizations. Some of the organizations that had been made taboo, you're gonna see potentially maybe the Pride Boys come back. The Proud Boys, sorry. You might just see the Proud Boys start to come back. You're gonna also see, and this goes both ways. You're gonna start seeing a lot again, right? You're gonna start seeing a rise of right-wing organizations organizing everywhere. And again, when I say right-wing organizations, I don't just necessarily mean boilerplate conservative organizations. Like, we're going to actually start seeing some serious issues with the far right. And this is something that I've been saying for a few years now, but this is the first time you're actually going to start seeing the far right really start to insert itself into the rhetoric this year. Like they're gonna stick their nose in there. They're gonna make things uncomfortable.
I'm not so sure for the UK. Yeah, I'm not so sure
in North America and specifically in the US, absolutely. It's gonna be an ugly, divisive, fighting year. The media is just gonna go after Trump nonstop. The media in Canada is gonna go after Polyev nonstop. But I'll talk about Polyev when we get to the Canada section. You're gonna see a bit of a turn down. Like I say, you're gonna see a bit of a turn down before things get better in terms of the economy. You're also still, because keep in mind, just because the government changes doesn't mean these organizations have stopped. You're going to still see some of this stuff that's been going on in the background, right? You saw this thing about bird flu. They're going to try to artificially inflate that up to the point where they might try to. It's not going to work, of course, because I don't think Trump is going to buy it, but they've been potentially doing stuff. They're going to potentially also try to make a shot, at least in North America, on the food supply. This is the part that I'm going to particularly like. The energy sector in North America is going to start to ramp back up for sure.
Yeah.
Internationally, again, right, I said this before, the Ukraine-Russian situation is probably finished by the end of this year. But the Israel Hamas situation. Okay, I said this before. Now we're in the news section. I'm just going to say the quiet part out loud. At least in North America, you're gonna start seeing some of these students, especially the ones that came over, international students that came over here and started saying death to Canada, death to the United States or whatever. That again, there's gonna be some, of course, and there needs to be, by the way, there needs to be some legal protections put up to prevent these students from just getting booted outright. But yeah, governments are gonna start going after these organizations and these students that are doing this, because it's like, no, that's unacceptable. Another one, and this is one that I probably should have put in the Manosphere section, but this is something I know that at least one university has shut down its gender studies department. You're going to start seeing woke science being phased out of the universities. The universities are all, because I know, for instance, that the University of Alberta had to publicly announce that they're scrapping their DEI hiring policies. Don't know whether the University of Calgary has done that, but you're going to start seeing universities backing away. There's going to be some real serious conflict there as well. Like, no matter what area you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about big pharma. I mean, good God. I mean, you're going to see RFK is going to just get smeared endlessly this year. In the news, like in mainstream media, I almost suspect at points he is going to be public enemy number one when it comes to the MSM. Given the fact that Big Pharma has so much commercial sponsorship with the mainstream media, that whole situation there is going to I mean, I don't think it might not boil over this year, but it's going to start to and that is a situation that's going to get uglier and uglier and uglier as it goes along. Keep in mind that, and we talked about this with Boeing last year, we're in a situation now where corporations are now quietly starting to bump people off that interrupt their money flow. There is a small possibility that somebody might make an attempt to kill RFK. I'm just going to say it, right? Let's see, agriculture, education. There's still gonna be a, I don't know if it's like over in Britain, but there's still gonna be a severe housing problem. The immigration numbers are definitely gonna be going down. You're gonna see a net exit of people from both Canada and the US this year. They have to. Like, I mean, like it took me much, for instance, this last year, it took me way longer to find a place than I thought it was going to. Like, I mean, the last two times I went looking for a place, right? Like, it took me one day. Like, this time around, like, it took a concerted multi-week effort to find a place. And I had to dedicate, like, significant days out of my free time to go and find a place. And luckily, I did find one. But, I mean, yeah. So the housing situation isn't going to be particularly good. You're still going to see a lot of hype about the environment, although, again, that's not going to be as much. You can almost, it's gonna be the year woke. This is gonna be the year that woke died. I won't say woke died, but this is the year when all of the ESG, PC, woke agenda, rainbow mafia, all of that stuff really takes significant hits this year. like across the board. Now, as far as internationally, again, right, I said the thing about Central Africa, that's just going to keep going. In fact, it's probably going to get worse. Most of the other parts of the world are probably going to settle out because Trump is a wild card and they don't necessarily know which way he's going to go. The other exception to that point is like you're going to see Israel getting much more heavy-handed because they can, and because Trump is definitely going to allow Israel to get more heavy-handed with what's been going on in Israel. And again, going back, yeah, you're going to see the anti-Israel organizations in North America. I mean, they're going to get severely hamstringed. Because I mean, while I don't buy into the Jew behind every blade of grass stuff that I keep hearing everywhere, Trump is definitely pro-Israel, right? And it's like, again, I don't have a dog in that fight, but Trump is definitely pro-Israel.
And also on the same note, the UAE is a big player as far as Israel's concerned, and Trump has got a good relationship with the UAE.
Yep.
Maybe on the question of Yemen, but that's a question.
In terms of the economics, and we talked about this earlier, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail here. Trump is going to have to do a lot of negotiating with the BRICS nations in order to guarantee that there's not going to be some serious economic backlash against the United States, because whether he likes it or not, the ascendancy of the petrodollar and the U.S. dollar is definitely on the way out. They definitely got to do something to make sure that all of that money sitting in all those countries, all those U.S. dollars sitting in all those countries' vaults, doesn't just get dumped into the U.S. all at once. That's going to create a massive inflation issue.
Actually, I would argue because of the U.S. internal oil and gas production, as well as, again, being friends with the UAE in relation to OPEC. If there is going to be an inflation hike, it'd be fairly minimized in the US.
Yeah, I think I say there's going to be some negotiating behind the scenes to make sure that to make sure that the US doesn't get just absolutely bombed into oblivion because all these countries suddenly decide to turn on their US dollars all at the same time.
That's the major issue. The major stumbling block in BRICS is China.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but I mean, they're going to have to negotiate they're going to have to make some type of a deal to make sure that the U.S. that the inflation issue of all of that U.S. money potentially being returned to the U.S. doesn't cause hyperinflation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not really all that much else to talk about. There's a couple of Germany. Germany has an election coming up soon. That's going to be very interesting to watch. I think AFD is going to do extremely well there.
That is if they are still a party by then, if they haven't been arrested for terrorism charges or something.
The Australian, you're going to see I think you're going to see a major shift in the Australian government as well, since they also have an election coming up. France is kind of like teetering on the edge here. They may have to call another election. Oh, Russia.
They already have.
They already have?
Yeah.
So it's like
March, I think. Again, same as the US, Canadians elections in March.
Oh no, the Canadian election, Trudeau doesn't. The Parliament doesn't resume until April.
Okay.
The moment. Okay, so what's gonna and we get to when I get to the Canada part, I'll explain this in more detail.
But France has got elections scheduled in March.
Oh wow! So we got Germany and France. That's gonna be Wow, that's going to be very interesting. Go wait and see on those ones. Um, any what else are you gonna? I can't really think of anything else that's gonna be significant, at least on a global scale at this point. Drill baby. Oh, energy sector. Yeah, this is because this specifically applies to me. Because like I know this is happening because I know that they, like I say, in at the place that I work at, they've opened up 2 additional wings, and there's talk about like bringing in a whole another. They closed up a section, and they took all the trailers away back in 2020, and now there's discussion about bringing them back. So the energy sector is going to ramp up again, at least in North America, because they have to get to some point of energy independence. Oh, yeah. And last but not least, don't be surprised if Keystone is brought back up online. I was actually working on Keystone when Biden shut down Keystone back in 2020. So there you go. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Right. I'm totally lost for words for a minute. Let me have a think about this one. Steve,
All right, Grierson, go ahead. Grierson.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
News. I don't really see there being any difference or any change in the way that the news is going to be fed to everybody, as I've said before. And I really have no respect for my spouse on this one, but just more of the same spoon-fed. Stay in your box delivery of what's basically what's going on. Within Canada, I fully expect that there's going to be no change at all of the left-leaning activists until we have a new election. Of the liberals are good and conservatives are bad. Ukraine is good, even though they've sucked out so much money from us, but that's okay because we're being told what to say. Russia is bad. Not to say that Russia is good or bad, just overall. So I don't have any. I'm lacking in high hopes, I guess is the best way to say it. I'm lacking in high hopes for anything that's going to come out in terms of news. Again, we've talked about this with politics. I expect that Europe is going to turn into a bit of a tinderbox. The farmer protests might make it through to. Excuse me. It might make it through to the news here. It could very well happen as well too. With when Trump takes over, and if it really starts to clean house again, it may not be this year. It might be next year. Who knows? I fully expect that the world economy is just going to go to shit pretty damn soon. I've already been under the impression that North America, in light of the threat of tariffs, I don't think it's going to happen. But from what I've heard, is that Canada is probably going to get hit will get hit sooner rather than later compared to the U.S. It's going to be pretty bad, but we'll come out of it sooner only because we're not the global currency that is going to be, as I said before, it's not going to be coming home these days. Well, yeah, that's not too far from the truth, I think, half the time. I'd love to put a certain useless prime minister on one of those and say, okay, good luck. It was the polar bears, hopefully be the orcas. Anyway. But yeah, I think the news is going to be dominated between what's going to be happening in Europe overall or it's going to be American. That's basically about it. If anything's going to happen with China, it's going to be pretty quiet, in my honest opinion. So quiet in the sense that it's not. They're going to have a tight. The Great Firewall of China. That's about the best way to say it. Oh, and speaking of firewalls, I fully expect later this year that the news ban that Canada has with international stuff is going to be wiped out pretty quick. We'll see. We will see. I can't think of anything else, so I will leave it at that. Sorry to burst your bubble here in the Rocky. I'm sure you're hoping I would just be rambling on for another few minutes, but
yeah, actually I was, because I was responding to somebody. Yeah, it's gonna be, there's gonna definitely be some, again, like and I get, for anybody who bitches and whines and complains, well, how come you don't do anything? You're just another typical North American. All you kind of talk about as well. I mean, we live in North America for one. Yeah, okay, the stuff that happens in Europe, no disrespect, Mark. Yeah, I've seen this happen. When I post up some of my stuff at, say, men's remember at one time at one men's rights site in Britain, and I posted something up, and it was I do cover some international stuff, but I had somebody get their panties in a fucking wad because I didn't have anything in there about Britain. How come everything you have is about North America? Well, it's because I live in North America, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and of course, like, and I also got into another argument with somebody about the original Independence Day. It's like, oh, I didn't like Independence Day because it was so American centric. Well, that's really weird because it was a Hollywood production, which is centered, and Hollywood is in which country? That's right. So what were you expecting? And apparently, and
this is the Chinese to take over and save the world. That's what they were expecting.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, well, what were you expecting from an American production? It's like, it apparently that was, and the dude kept arguing with me. Apparently, like a 2 + 2 = 4 scenario. It's sort of like, yeah, okay, I live in North America, hence I'm going to cover a lot of North American content. No apologies being offered. If I was living in Britain, it would probably be a little bit different, but I don't live in Britain. I don't live in Europe.
Just as well, you've got people like me to bring a sort of non-American sort of point of view to things.
So, I mean, it's like, and no, I've seen this happen, but in particular about Hollywood productions.
Yeah, I've seen this happen. Quite in the reverse cycle. Yeah, I've seen it done reverse. The US will complain about Brits in the same point.
Yeah, it's sort of, I mean, if you're living in Britain and you're a filmmaker in Britain, you're gonna do topics based in Britain, right? Like, how come that's not like, I mean, again, like, why is that a reach? But apparently with some people it is. Just like, and I'm gonna go back to the Luigi Mangione here. Mangione is celibate involuntarily because of a medical situation. That makes him involuntarily celibate, which makes him an incel. 2 + 2 = 4. Apparent, but no, there have been 3 separate people who have argued to fucking death that he's not an incel, even though I break it down to them point by point by point, right? Like he has a medical condition which makes him unable to have sex with women, and it is not voluntary, which makes him celibate. So he's involuntarily celibate, in cell. And no, they will argue and argue and argue and argue and argue, and it's like, oh well, he's too attractive to be an incel. It's like, well, I mean, I've shown you pictures. I want me to show you pictures of Elliot Rodger and Alec Manassian. Like Elliot Rodger is not an ugly guy. He had mental issues, but he wasn't an ugly guy. Alec Manassian wasn't like classically handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. Right? It's like it's not about being an incel is not about it's not about looks. So anyway, getting on to the last topic. And by the way, we
I just want to follow up on a few things. I just wanted to look at a economy and the Iran-Israel points. As far as Israel is concerned, the US will support Israel in some form or another. But also, this raises the question of Iran and the potential of the Iranian Revolution and the removal of Hezbollah, or Hezbollah as Hamas. Hezbollah, it's not, in Iran. I can foresee in the next 5, potentially 10 years, that Iran will become will return back to a democratic monarch, like pre-1979. Before the Iranian Revolution, because obviously Israel's biggest enemy at the moment is Hezbollah, which is in effect part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Well, partially. So yeah, and there's been a bit of a cold sort of civil war going on in Iran for the last 20 odd years, and I think the heir to the monarchy in Iran is actually living in Denmark at the moment. But yeah, Israel is going to get further support from both the UAE and the US. And we may see in the next 5-10 years Iran become a democratic country again. On the point of economies, in Germany, they've had a recession for potentially, I think, 3 months now. And I believe Italy is being hit by a potential recession. In this country, we went into a technical recession as of last week. So yeah, we could see major issues as far as jobs are concerned. It's in Europe, especially when considering in the UK all the draconian laws that and taxations that the Labour Party is pushing on companies. Therefore, those companies are going to just disappear offshore. So yeah, we are going to see a real major recession. I predict by the end of this, or it be publicly recognised by the end of this year. But yeah, anyway.
All right, Rearson, you said what you're going to say?
In terms of news and shit?
All right, let's get to the last topic here because we're already, as expected. I kind of figured we were going to go over 4 hours, and we did. Although we didn't go as long as the first. Now we are into the Canada part. Now, I don't know how long we're going to go here, but let's get this started. Okay, today Trudeau resigned but didn't resign. The House has been prorogued until April. What's going to happen in April is that there's going to be an immediate non-confidence motion read in. There's going to be a non-confidence vote taken within the first 2 to 4 weeks of the House being back, which will probably make it happen in May. I'm guessing either late April, early May when the vote takes place. The election gets called, so late May, June, maybe early July is when the election gets called.
Technically, the no confidence votes could go the other way. So there may, very unlikely, but there may not be an election.
Yeah, well, Jagmeet Singh has already gone on the record to see it. Again, keep in mind, he is a politician. If Jagmeet Singh continues to support Trudeau after what has happened, his political career is finished. Yeah. Like, it's done. Same thing with the BQ leader. It's over for Justin. It's over for the Liberals. Whoever the Liberals have in place is going to have to go into the election, and basically it hasn't happened since Kim Campbell, but basically that leader is going to be basically Kim Campbell. I don't think it's going to be as bad for the Liberal leader as it was for Kim Campbell, although I will point out that when Brian Mulroney got elected in 1984, I mean, the Liberals almost lost the opposition. I believe the Liberals almost lost the opposition status to the New Democrats in the 84 election. So there's that. The whole thing is that, so at the absolute latest, there's going to be an election. It's probably going to be an election in mid-July. If Jagmeet, because at that point, come the time when the House comes back into play, Jagmeet Singh has his pension. There's the one thing that is holding him, that's been over his head, is no longer going to be a factor. At this point, too, I'm having to imagine that the NDP is currently is in the process of building up their war chest for the election as well. Everybody in Canada is gearing up for an election. So if there isn't an election via a non-confidence motion, or I can also potentially see Trudeau being so egotistical as to call an election himself before he gets non-con, because he's that big of an egotistical prick. Because he wants to be in control of the situation. He's a narcissistic prick. He doesn't want to get non-conned, so there's a very good chance that he will call the election himself rather than get non-conned. The whole thing is that, I mean, the issue with Canada is that this next 4 to 6 months you're going to see the Liberals you're going to see the Liberals basically try to do everything the Conservatives are doing. That they're going to start cracking down on immigration. These DEI policies are suddenly going to magically disappear. C-63 isn't going to be that online bill is not going to be. Nobody's going to attempt to reintroduce it. At least nobody in the Liberal Party is going to. They're not going to interfere with any energy production out west. They're also going to have to do something about Quebec, because although Quebec isn't as pissed off as Alberta is, the separatist movement in Quebec is also starting to get some steam. which is the other reason I suspect why they decided to non-con him, because not only do they have Alberta pissed off now, but the separatist movement in Quebec is also starting to get some steam again. Yeah, can imagine the federal government having to fight two separatist battles at the same time. Like, yeah, that would be a no-win situation. Um, you're gonna start seeing some issues with the with various municipalities. You're going to start seeing municipalities attempt to, at least the big cities, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Ottawa. You're going to start seeing them roll back. Here's something else that I'm going to go on the record because they still haven't ruled on Tamara Lich yet. Tamara Lich will be found not guilty, which is going to not come as any surprise. They tried using almost the same amount of lawfare on Tamara Lich that they tried on Donald Trump. And they dragged that trial out. So they dragged it out really, really long on purpose because they wanted to break the lawyers that were defending Tamara Lich. And to break Tamara Lich, but I think, yeah, some of the restrictions are being eased up on her. After the election, again, Poilievre is going to win. He's going to get somewhere between 3 and 350 seats. Oh, sorry, between 2 and 250 seats. The Liberals might be able to come back far enough to become the official opposition as it currently stands, the Bloc Québécois. If the election were held today, the Bloc Québécois would be the official people that would get elected. I personally am still leaning on voting PPC. I am not sold on Poilievre. I'm willing to give him a chance. It is going to become very, very obvious what Poilievre's real colors are by the end of the year. I will say this about Pierre Poilievre. He does appear to be a little bit more culturally savvy than most of the other prime ministers, conservative leaders, or any of the other major political leaders that have come out of in Canada for the last few years. Whether that actually translates into actual change or not, because there's a lot of stuff Poilievre is going to have to do. He's going to have, on the Manosphere side, there was a bill called C-19, which changed the rules of discovery, which made it a lot easier for women to falsely accuse men in Canada of sexual assault. That law has to be taken off the books. The current there's also some of those gun restrictions. Those have to not only do they have to be removed, but you also then have to go back and you have to put bills in place. And he is going to have to use his supermajority to do this. He's going to have to put bills in place that make it incredibly difficult for the next Liberal leader that becomes prime minister to come in and undo everything. So it's not going to be just a question of undoing what Trudeau did. He also has to make changes that make it a lot more difficult for Trudeau or any other left-leaning leader in the future to try to do what Trudeau did again. Once Trudeau is gone, they are going to the new Liberal leader, whoever it is going to promptly throw Trudeau under the bus and blame him, because there's going to be a lot of stuff that's being revealed. So there's the stuff that we know and the stuff that we don't know. And the stuff we don't know, that's going to be revealed. For instance, the Liberals in Canada, at least for their party, and I am not kidding you. This was actually a controversy. It kind of died down, but it's still on the books. The Liberal Party allows landed immigrants to vote for the leadership of the Liberal Party. So you're getting Middle Eastern organizations and Chinese organizations attempting to flood various ridings, probably in Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, to stack the deck on some of those on some of those seats. The PPC, I mean, I want the PPC to get bigger. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be the election where it happens. The reason why I don't think this is the election where it happens is because too many people are invested in just getting Trudeau the hell out. So I mean, while I will probably be voting PPC myself, the vote for the PPC in the next election isn't going to be as large as it was in the last election, just because of what the current situation is. Now, it doesn't mean the PPC won't become a significant force down the road, but I don't think it's going to happen right now. Yeah. You're going to see the CBC fighting for its life. You're also going to start seeing, at least in particular, now that Quebec nationalism is starting to come on the rise, you're going to start seeing Quebec getting more attention than it has in the past, because they have to start allowing the provinces a little bit more leeway. If they don't start giving the provinces in Canada a little bit more leeway, that whole Canada being the 51st state, it might not necessarily happen, but I can definitely, in the province I live in, Alberta, you know, I don't think Alberta would have any issue at all becoming a territory of the United States. I'm serious. Like, I mean, I think, and Rearson can probably back me up on this one. A huge chunk of the proportion of the population of Alberta would have zero problem assimilating into the U.S. I don't know about any of the other provinces, but I know in Alberta for sure that would be the case. And again, I would prefer that not to happen. I'm a Canadian through and through. But if it did happen, I wouldn't complain. That's the situation. That's how bad it is. Like, I was born on the Canada's 100th birthday, and if Alberta became the 51st state of the United States, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't raise a finger in protest. And I'm still proudly Canadian. And speaking and this is going to be kind of going off on left field here, but this is something that I think needs to happen. Because there's been an issue, there's been an ongoing wokeness issue with Hockey Canada for a few years now. You didn't know this because neither one of you follows it, but there's a best on best international tournament that happens every Christmas called the World Junior Championships. And Canada has just absolutely tanked the last 2 years. And Canada not dominating at an international hockey tournament is like Brazil not making the playoffs at the World Cup. Like, that's how that, like, I mean, if Brazil went to the last 2 World Championships and didn't get out of the quarterfinals, like, people in Brazil or in Germany would just lose their shit. And that's exactly what's happened with Canada at the last 2 World Juniors. If Canada does really badly, there's a Four Nations Cup tournament coming up in the springtime. Canada, Finland, United States, and Sweden. It's sort of like the Four Nations Cup with rugby, although it's not Four Nations anymore. That's going to be a really true best on best if Canada does not do well there. And I don't think it's going to be a problem. But if Canada does not do very well at that Four Nations tournament, then the shit is really going to hit the fan. And I don't normally, as you know, I don't normally bring up sports here, but that's going to be an issue. It's definitely going to be an issue in Canada. It's like, even if you don't follow sports, like, trust me, if you go on YouTube, or if you go online, if you go on to major news sites and you start looking, it's like, yeah, the fact that that Canada has tanked at the last two World Juniors and just tanked, that's been a lead story for a few days now. Other issues going from east to west, things are going to be, there's Newfoundland has an election coming up. If it's one place the Liberals haven't fucked up, it's in Newfoundland. So there's a very real possibility there that it might stay Liberal. Well, that's by no means a guarantee. The only other province in Canada that's having an election this year is Yukon. Yukon will either go Conservative or NDP. It's, again, Yukon only has like maybe 4 seats in the House, so it's not going to be that significant of an impact. So there's not a whole lot going on the electoral side. Most places in Canada are going to struggle economically. Alberta, because of what's going on with Trump and his drill baby drill policy, and the fact that Canada is one of the few politically stable places that is more than happy to export oil to the U.S. So Alberta, you're going to see Alberta's going to be the I think Alberta is going to be the exception. Daniel Smith, there might be even some talk about Daniel Smith being prime minister. I don't think she would. This is just my personal feeling. I don't think Daniel Smith would be a good fit. Scott Moe might be better on the national stage. Overall, though, it's not going to be as fractious or as ugly as it is in the U.S. Like, you're also going to see the leftist experiencing a rollback, and for the love of God, and this is also something that's very close to me personally, because I'm from Vancouver. They are gonna have to do something about that situation, because there's a couple neighborhoods in Vancouver that badly need to be changed, and like the provincial and municipal governments in BC are not going to do anything about it. So there's going to have to be some national effort to fix the situation in Vancouver, because the situation in Vancouver, especially with housing, is really bad. Like, I mean, like I say, I have a regular job, and I have a regular job that pays me like above the national average in terms of wages. And even I had some difficulty finding a new place to live this year. And I had to move because some sleazy dirtbag bought the apartment block that I was living in and almost doubled the rent. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
I was just looking at what was the Canadian average median wage.
Medium income? I believe it is like high 40s, I believe.
Canadians overall, on average, are earning or were less productive than Alabama. And that's is it Alabama or Mississippi? One of the two, anyway.
I heard that. Someone mentioned that too.
Yeah, I'm like I say, before taxes, I am making above the national average. But
what is the a Canadian dollar?
I think it's.
Sorry, I'm looking at the price of Canadian dollar compared to a UK pound. So a UK pound is 0.56 off of the Canadian dollar. Okay, so yeah, you're paying quite high.
Yeah, it is.
You know.
Anyway, Mark, the show is yours. We're over 4 hours,
Yeah.
which is kind of what I was expecting. But yeah,
As far as Canada is concerned, once there is a change on election, I'm interested to see if what you would call bill or Act C 11, 18, and I think 36 is concerned. These are the, if you remember back in 2023 bill, or what was Bill C11 and C18 in relation to online harms and censorship censorship of the internet, and also in relation to Act C36, which is relation to the Human Rights Act and how the Human Rights Act has to impact all of the legislation. I can see that in the next 5 years, that act is going to be re-looked at. But C11, the Online Harms Act, no.
that's dead. That's as good as dead.
Will be reviewed, and maybe the legislation might cease and terminate, whatever. I was thinking just now, what would happen with NAFTA and Canadian and America in the next 5 years?
I am going to guess there's going to be, because Polyev and Trump are, I won't say they're as like peas in a pod, like say Reagan and Mulroney were, but they're very similar in mentality.
But the second part of the question is, what is NAFTA going to? How is America going to treat NAFTA with the Mexico? As far as I can see, it's got two choices. US got two choices: either keep NAFTA as is, don't change a single word of the agreement, and keep everything as is. Or the US is going to have to rip up NAFTA and actually agree with a new treaty with Canada.
Something like that is going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen right away, but
no,
I do think something like that is going to happen. Yeah, within the next few years. But we're only talking about 2025 here. Don't think it's going to happen this year.
No, definitely not. But yes, it's going to be a slow process. It's not an easy thing to do. I can. Taxation will change in. Well, it will begin to change. Your taxation situation could change. Will this government encourage business? That's an interesting question. I'm not sure what's the upcoming government's view on liberalising or free market ideology is.
Sorry, what?
What is the upcoming government's view on free market?
I really haven't given it much thought. Yeah, really, I haven't.
Would they be a government that encourages?
Well, I mean, there's going to have to be a lot more free enterprise for sure.
Yeah.
Again, right. One of the things that's going to happen, though, is that after the Liberals are booted out, there's going to be a lot of stuff revealed that Trudeau was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that we didn't know about. Yeah, and keep in mind that Trudeau still has another 3 or 4 months to actually screw things up even more than he already has.
well, like you said, he's an arrogant individual. I think he's going to be handled, or not that he hasn't already been handled by advisors and stuff, but he will be treated with a little bit of kid gloves in the next couple of months. No, I can see, like your time frame earlier, I can see your time frame being logical, is the most logical saying July elections, which gives which give all parties what, 3 months, 4 months to election year.
I'm guessing, yeah. I say you're going to see the Liberals try to do all sorts of things to try to improve their situation, at least to try to be the official opposition.
Okay, what is the situation with the Green Party in Canada?
Green Party ain't going anywhere. They're going to get the same
Okay.
usual two. They're going to at most 4 seats. Like, it's not going to go anywhere.
Have you got an equivalent of Lib Dems?
No, that's the NDP. That's the
Okay.
NDP.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't know. It's going to be a couple interesting couple of months of that, I reckon. But yeah, got nothing else to add to that.
Are you done? Or are we going to get on to... All right, Rearson, you're up.
Yep. All right. Yeah, so obviously, and with my ranting at the beginning of all of this, not realizing it was going to go on like this, I'll do a recap. So, yeah. So Parliament is going to be reconvening initially on the 24th, I believe. And then that's where he's going to formally request for proroguing, which is the suspension of government. There was a committee, some sort of a finance accounts committee, I can't remember exactly what it was, that was going to come in with no confidence. But this is Trudeau heading them off at the pass. It was a long shot at best, with the possibility that what was announced today was going to be announced today. And I have to say, I don't think I've actually seen a man walk out and look like he just had his ass literally damn near raped, because he was either tired, his eyes were puffy, and oh my god. Let's not forget, folks. I mean, this jackass, this narcissist, was a drama teacher, so you can't tell me that he wasn't playing up on some of his ability to act. So, now that being said, typically all right, so yeah, so what's happened is that as he stepped down, yes and no. Hasn't stepped down per se, because if he was smart, he would basically just step down right away. But again, he wants to be a source of attention. And we might get back to that again. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it occurred. The possibility that it's going to occur. It all depends on the level of fuckery coming out of Ottawa. Anyway, sorry, folks. Just commenting on the picture that Neuroki had posted. All right. If he wasn't the narcissist that he is, we would be. I have no problem. I don't like it, but if I was in this position, I would do almost the same thing. But again, I'm not a narcissist. So I would, for me personally, I would basically say that I'm stepping down. We're waiting for, if he was smart about it, step down, get the interim leader in, pro-government, so the Liberal Party can get its shit sorted out and go from there. But no, he's going to stay in. He's going to stay to the bitter end, just like fucking Nero playing the violin or the fiddle, whatever, when Rome was burning. So that's basically what he's doing here. I have no sympathy at all for any Liberal MP. You can swap out a new leader, a new face for all of the shit that's going on. And I'm sorry, folks, but lipstick on a pig is still a pig. The problems that they created, they're going to have to deal with all of that. If we do go into the Parliament is prorogued, and they're going to be doing their leadership race. April 1st, Canada's carbon tax increase on fuel goes up. Well, it's a carbon tax, but what affects people the most, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be the cost of fuel going up, which means that food's going to cost more, goods are going to cost more, everything is going to be costing more. And if they were smart about this, this is going to be a major point of contention that the Canadians are going to see. And Paul Evan, I know that he's going to do this, and I'm with you as well too, Naroki. I'm not going to vote. I'm not voting for him. Not until that fucker apologizes to the unvaccinated, because he was so pro-vaccine, it wasn't funny. So until Danielle Smith set the precedent for the rest of the country, and as far as I know, she's the only person that did. Anyway. From a campaigning point of view, when the carbon tax increases the cost of fuel by another, I think that they said it was going to be 40 to 60, I think it was 60, it's going to go up 61 cents a liter.
I think so, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 60, that's 61 cents a liter. When the time comes for the local candidates to be doing what they're doing, that should be enough for a lot of people either to not vote or not vote NDP and or Liberal and or NDP, because both parties and the Bloc is responsible for that shit too. They voted that in. The Conservatives, if they're going to be smart, and I know that they will, they are going to fully drive that point into the Canadian public to remind them, hey, guess what? On April Fools, this is what happened. So, and if you're going to be seriously cutting back on people's livelihoods, the cost to fuel up, as well as the cost of food, especially, they're going to remember that shit. It might be relatively temporary, but they're going to remember that when it comes to the polls. So I will be very happy to see the Liberals be brought down to non-party status, which is 11 seats or less. In terms of the Green Party, the Green Party basically has been supplicated, but it basically has been replaced by Stephen Guilbeault, whatever the fuck, the environmentalist socialist that's in that's in the Liberals, in the Liberal camp. And I think that people are going to be smart to realize that this is what Green Party policies this is what it would look like with Green Party policies. So I think that they're going to get, I'm hoping they get decimated. I hope they don't get any seats, period. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, so the G7 meeting is going to be hosted by Canada in Kananaskis, which is not that far from where I live. I was around when when the fuck was it? It was around 2000 or so, something like that. I was working at at the Radisson at the time. I've never seen so many undercover police officers be undercover police officers for RCMP. shortcut hair, relatively muscular. You know, he's one of those. Oh, okay. Well, I can't wait for you fuckers to get out of here. So it's going to be fun there, and hopefully I'll be in the area. But that's another story. So there's no way that Trudeau's ego is going to let him not be the host, and that's going to be his final farewell. So as I said, that's going to be in June. So at best, end of June, we could have an election, or the election will be called for the end of June, if not probably, like Rookie said, it's probably going to be in July, which would be a great time to remind Canadians as well too. Hey, guess what? We're going to mess up your fucking vacation. Vote for me. So I honestly don't see that this is going to be anything but, relatively speaking, a real shellacking of both the NDP and the Liberals at the same time. And everyone's talking about Jagmeet's pension, but that's not. I don't think that that's the case. Naroki already brought it up, but only because I brought it up. And again, I'm going to go over it just like Naroki has said. The NDP, Jagmeet Singh's constituency office, they're renting it, but no one's there. There's no staff. It is, for all intents and purposes, a placeholder for his constituents to do anything. If you want to, you can't meet him unless you're really important, because otherwise it's going to be, well, please send an email too, and that's going to be your method of correspondence with him. And the NDP took out a loan, or a series of loans, for the last campaigning that they did 4 years ago. And they just paid it off sometime last year. So he's not in any rush to jump into an election. Compound as well the Saskatchewan election, the BC election, and the Nova Scotia, or was it? Yeah, it was Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. I think it was New Brunswick. The New Brunswick election, one of the two maritime provinces. My apologies. And the NDP works at the federal level, and then things get brought down to the provincial level. The Alberta Conservative Party, the Alberta Conservative Party will have ties federally. It will have ties or connections across the provinces, but the provincial parties are all unto themselves, separate entities, but not the NDP. So there were, like I said, there were 3 elections over the course of about 3 months. And 3 months. And it was going to be a big strain on the resources for them to campaign, basically be campaigning effectively for about 1, 2, 3. If things had worked out the way that we were hoping, the NDP would have been in campaign mode for about 5 months. And their staff, their volunteers, their political infrastructure would have been pushed to its limit. So I think between that and the war chest, as Naruki had said, as I already had said, those 2 factors are the reason that Jagmeet talked the talk, but can't fucking walk the walk.
Question for you: what is does Canada suspending limit on advertising political or political advertising? What is the spending limit?
Spend for political ads and the like.
In Canada, it's $1 per citizen, or it may have gone up, but in the U.S. it's unlimited. Thanks to I can't remember what it was. There's actually a legal case which came up about that.
Yeah. No,
you're talking about terms of political donations.
Yeah.
I can't remember
political donations. I think the most that one person can donate is about $1,700, somewhere around there. It might be 14 to
About
1,700, I
corporations.
believe, which individually is not very much. But if you get someone who's wealthy enough and basically gives to people to quote, donate, that will get the attention of the candidate. So there's that. Oh, and the other thing as well, and this is what I said to my spouse, is that because of the debt situation the NDP was in, and factoring in those 3 provincial ridings, the 3 provincial elections the NDP were keen on trying to win. As a political leader, you cannot say to your staff, you cannot say to your organization, you cannot announce your weakness. We're broke, folks. Please give us your money because we got no hope in hell, and we know that, you know that, but please just give us your money. There is no way that if Jagmeet was to admit that kind of level of defeat, no one's going to care. No one's going to want to vote. No one's going to want to run. So the flack that he picked up, in my honest opinion, for his pension, is the easiest, most quantifiable reason that I believe people are being fed a lie, because I'm damn fucking sure that this is a lot more than just that. But most people, pretty much everything that I've seen online doesn't touch on the three elections. There's stress on the NDP infrastructure, and likely the lack of funding and the loans, which goes in with the funding. So to me, that's what makes sense as to what's been going on and why, and there's just been too much stupidity. There's no reason for all of this to have happened except under those circumstances. Don't get me wrong, I think Jagmeet is a corrupt, greedy, motherfucking bastard. But I'll tell you how I really feel about him. I would love to say that to his face, and I would. But it's, at this point, with everything being what it is, and I'm hoping that Trump is going to back off on the tariffs because we're not really in any sort of a position. But as Norky said, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Alberta was to show the other provinces, hey, look, we're stepping up. The federal government is incapable at this point of doing anything to bolster the drugs, all of the stuff that they don't want, the illegal crossings and the like. If Alberta can show that there's been a dent from their statistics, and Trump will basically just say, okay, yeah, all right, oil coming from Alberta, yeah, anything from Alberta for products, yeah, we're going to leave it alone. We're not going to impose a tariff on them, or it's going to be significantly reduced. I don't know. That
question for you, sorry. What is Quebec like at the moment, politically speaking? What is Quebec like?
Quebec?
Politically
they're in terms of exports, lumber, mining, and electricity. Those 3 things that come to mind. I don't know what else that they have that they could offer. I mean, there will be agriculture, so beef, horse meat. They export horse meat. Don't ask. I find the idea absolutely disgusting, but that's just me.
What is their sort of general political stance? Would you call them a liberal state or territory, or would you call them conservative? Which I doubt.
Okay. So Quebec's going to be the funny one because they have a political party that is only for the province, but because of everything that's going on, the Bloc Québécois will probably be the opposition party. And at the heart of their political movement is they want to separate. So you want to talk about being even more fucking messed up? I don't know. I don't know how much more crazy it can be. Oh, and speaking of which, apparently there is a prediction from The Simpsons in July that Canada is going to be part of the US.
Yeah.
Now,
Those
all things being equal, and considering how much the economy has been ruined, too many people have been brought in. As I've said, I've made the comparison before where Trudeau was the bar whore. Well, he'll let anybody come in, especially after today's announcement, because it looked like I said, he just looked like someone vigorously massaged his prostate. Anyway, I'm surprised he was able to walk. Anyway, I think that Canada, honestly, effectively, the Canadian government is bankrupt. Like, I really honestly believe that it is, like, there's no turning back. And I'm feeling I cannot prove this, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if if the White Hats, when Trump came in, officially took over, and Trudeau got, it was back in 2018, Mark Traversy, I think that's the guy's last name. He basically brought pages and pages of Trudeau liberal corruption to the U.S. Embassy to give to Trump, and that was something that could be done and would need to be investigated by the two other countries of the USMCA. And I'm still of the opinion that when the USMCA was signed, Trudeau waited till pretty much the last minute before he signed it, because of that clause specifically. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. So it's entirely possible that right now we're just seeing this is what Canada would turn into if it continues under the trajectory of Trudeau. And I'm still of the opinion that Trudeau has been processed and he's not alive anymore. But who knows? I can't prove it. So Canada's a mess. That's the only way that I can say it right now. We're an absolute fucking mess. Now, this whole idea of the 51st state, this was proposed, and I was chatting with council about this. Back in 2005, there was a document printed up by Canadian independent businesses or something like that. I can't remember what the Canadian portion of it was. There was a Mexican component, and for the Americans, it was from the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. And what was it? It was all about a North American Union. I remember reading about that in the National Post, which was at the time, and I think it still is active, as one of Canada's two national newspapers. This is something that's been memory hold by a lot of people in Canada, if they even remember it at all. I seem to be one of the exceptions to the rule. So, like it or not, the idea under the globalist tenure was to basically integrate the three countries into one entity, which would be big, absolutely massive. So my opinion is that this whole thing of the 51st state, it's going to happen. It's just, would you prefer to be under the likes of Hillary Clinton, or would you prefer to be, which seems to be a lot easier and more beneficial, would be under the Trump administration? And I know there's going to be a lot of people that would scream and complain and whatever else would be just in my face yelling at me. It's like, well, look, they almost did it before. Given the likelihood that Canada is bankrupt as a country, we will have no other option except to join in.
They're going to give up their sovereignty, or the British sovereignty, the Commonwealth of Nations. Is that a situation that the Canada as a country is willing to take?
Well,
there's a lot of advantages of being in the Commonwealth of Nations as well, politically and economically.
I remember reading when I was still working at Memory Express, so it was before 2013. It might have been about 2010, somewhere around there, that if Canada was going to break up, it isn't going to be Quebec. It was going to be Alberta that was going to be leading the charge because of how much we get shafted over by Ottawa. So the cracks of unity are not here. I mean, and then whoever proposed the idea to for Canada to absorb California, Oregon, and Washington State, no, that's not going to work. There's no way that Washington D.C. is going to let their major ports in those cities go. Canada may be a friendly foreign country, but we're a foreign country. There's no fucking way they're going to let that happen, and there's no way Trump would let that happen. So it's a comical idea. Yeah, we'll take in we'll we'll take the wacky woke leftists, but no, that is absolutely stupid. Whoever came up with that didn't think very well. Did not think about what the actual economic ramifications and repercussions are going to be. So, yeah, Canada's a mess. It's going to be a while before it gets fixed. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in July. Oh, and that's interesting. If that does happen, according to The Simpsons, that is after the G7 meeting in Kananaskis. So it could very well be that Trudeau and whoever else is going to be there is going to be told, like, okay, this is what's happening. You have no say in the matter. I could see, yeah, because if the Americans basically use, I could see how this would work. If all of those dollars,
so the 51st summit is in June.
June 2020.
Yeah, G7 is meeting up on June.
Yep, like I said, it's going to be in Kananaskis, which is about an hour's drive, hour to an hour and 15 minutes away from where I live. So I could see how this could work, because if all of those dollars are coming back into the States, they could use that to basically buy Canada's debt. And if they do that, enough of that gets basically wiped out and it's gone. So that's possible. It actually is possible now that I think about it. Anyway, my apologies, Naruki, for going on for as long as I did. Just some thoughts and insight.
If I may, I've got a couple of other thoughts in relation to the so-called internal Chinese Canadian sort of government scandals that have been happening the last couple of years. I presume that that's got to be fully reviewed by the end of this year, or at least in the process of.
Well, that's part of it. That's the big reason as to why. Well, it's not so much. Well, we're pretty sure it's the Chinese. Could also be India. I don't know, but that's the reason why. Well, no one's saying a damn fucking thing. But that's the reason why that Canadian Parliament has basically been ground to a halt, and its committees at this point. And of course, there's been a lot of finger pointing from the Liberals. Well, the Conservatives are, well, if you fuckers were honest and
Couple of thoughts I had. I presume that, well, I'm guessing that there will be at least these initial or starting off a review into the public health of Canada controversies in relation to COVID and data collection. If you remember what FAC did during the last years.
Well, there was the Arrive Scam app scandal. The There was a cabinet minister, who's known as the other Randy. I don't know if that's Naroki's writing or not. I'm kind of hoping it is, actually. I wouldn't be
What
surprised.
writing?
With Randy
Edmondson
Boston.
Edmondson Strathcona is my home riding.
And is that Randy Boston's?
No, that is going to be probably the one single riding in Alberta that is not going to go. That's not going to go blue. It's going to go NDP probably.
Well, we'll wait and see when the time comes. As I said, when the carbon tax comes in and food goes up even more. If that neighborhood is too fucking stupid to not to be able to pull their head out of the rest and stop sniffing their own fucking farts, that's
I gotta say something about this particular neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that is, I'm going to almost say that's almost unique to Canada. The geography and the setup of Edmonton is such that you see, the neighborhoods in Calgary that comprise Edmonton Strathcona are 5 different neighborhoods in Calgary. Mm-hmm. Sunnyside, the University District, the Arts District, and the Tourist District are 4 different areas in Calgary. In Edmonton, mm-hmm. All 4 of those are in that one at that big along 82nd Avenue. That is a 1 to 2 mile long stretch of road that has all 4 of them in one area. Vancouver doesn't have that. Calgary doesn't have that. I don't think Toronto has them all. Like, they are literally all in one compact area in Edmonton. And that's the reason why why Edmonton Strathcona is the way that it is. It's because it's not that they're, because there's another seat up in Northwest Edmonton that might also go NDP and has gone NDP in the past. But yeah, those neighborhoods in Edmonton are in one area, as opposed to, say, Calgary or Vancouver or Toronto, where they're kind of like separated out into 4 different neighborhoods. That's the reason why Edmonton Strathcona is consistently left wing. Okay. Because you have all of those people concentrated in one residential area.
Yeah. And my apologies for being as long-winded as I was, but I needed to also come at it from a different angle as well too. With some insights. Am I right? I wouldn't be surprised if I was about half right. Not to toot my own horn, but I wouldn't be surprised. So, with everything going on at this point, take it all with a grain of salt. And if you can, anybody listening, I would strongly recommend to try to save up any extra food and toilet paper and anything else you think that might be a bit of a problem for a supply chain issue. We'll see. And on that note, I have got nothing more to say unless there's any more.
All right. Well, we just got to finish off with a
almost 5 fucking hours. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. A very quick summation here. For me personally, next year it's going to be relatively stable. I've got a couple. For instance, I wanted to go to Acapulco in February, but just the events that occurred over the last 6 months of 2023, I could go, but I would be up to my eyeballs in debt, and I don't want to be up to my eyeballs in debt. So I'm going to have to make some rearranging this year in order to. I'm instead going to try to shift to get my sorry ass to Gen Con in August. I'm kind of looking forward to that. And of course the Calgary Convention this year as well. It's gonna be, for me, it's gonna be relatively stable as long as I can avoid work politics. I should be okay. That is my personal situation. I'm probably not even gonna consider moving again, probably until I'm cleared all my debts. But I also want to, again, I don't want to, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I actually have to give this new set of regimes here in North America, I have to actually give them a chance before I decide to make any major decisions. I have a feeling I know which way I'm going to go because these are politicians. And you want to accuse me of being naive? Fine, be my fucking guest. I don't care. You know what? I have to give both Polyev and Trump the opportunity to fail before I start making any more major decisions. Now will that change? Yeah. Well, if the banks try to impose a CBDC on me, on Canada, then it's like, yeah, I'm heading for the countryside. Bye. But I mean, yeah, there are events that could come out of the blue that might change things. But it's going to be it's for me personally, 2025 looks like it's going to be a relatively stable year. Although keep in mind, I haven't finished doing my full inventory. See, I lost my cards, and Rearson knows what I'm talking about. I lost my cards in the move, and I can't find them. So when I went to do my readings for the year yesterday, I couldn't find my cards, so I couldn't do them. But I did do my inventory, so that is me projecting ahead to 2025. It's going to be, I'm aiming. Oh, the one thing I will say about this show, though, is like I say, I'm going to start doing a live stream, and you're probably going to see a lot more content out of me directly as opposed to me sharing other people's content on my alt channels, which is what I did a lot of last year. You're going to see, I'm still going to do it because fuck YouTube, but, that's, and I talked about it all of last year, and I will probably bring it up all of this year. Yeah, at some point, Spotify, iTunes, whatever. Yeah, those are going to become a possibility as well. Mark, any summation of what you think is going to be happening to you in 2025?
I never really sort of plan ahead anyway. I don't know. I just take it as it comes, really. I think it's the best thing to do. Yeah. Yeah, I've got no major plans for this year, so we'll see what happens.
And Rearson, yeah, we're not the longest show we've ever done, but it's pretty damn close. Rearson, take us out for 2025.
Oh, folks, have plenty of lube. Strap yourself in and something to bite on because it's going to be fucking messy. It's going to hurt, but it has to be done for us to wake up and start to take back our power, I guess is the best way to say it. I'd apologize for sounding a little bit new ages, but that's really all I got. It's going to hurt, but it's got to be done.
Yep, it's going to be, say, if you live in interesting times, it is going to be a very interesting year. Fortunately, we're going to be probably on the side that's going to do most of the winning this year. So thank you. If you somehow stuck around for the whole 447 and counting, I want to personally thank you for sticking around for all of that. And
keep your purple dildos away from me. That's all I'm going to say. There we go. And on that inglorious note,